I'll pass it
I
over
hit
to you,
record.
Landon. All right, over to you, Landon.
Perfect. Awesome. Thanks for starting the recording. So anybody who is live, thank you for being on time and live. We believe in punctuality, so it is 11 o'clock and we are going to get started. Those of you who were not able to join us live, I hope you enjoy this recording. And we've got a powerhouse lineup this week, as always. We're going to start it off with the one and only Nick Palumbo. I'll give a brief introduction about him here in a second, but who is your host for today? This good-looking blonde guy is more than just a pretty face, I assure you. And my goal today is, as I'm introducing you to these different speakers, and we'll have some time tomorrow, I hope that you can take at least one takeaway that'll improve the quality of your life. I know this conversation we're about to have with Nick Palumbo, he's changed my life in many, many different ways. And specifically, as you guys can imagine, in the business space, building a financial services business, learning how to develop the psychology of the mind, all of everything in between. My name is Landon Meadows, and I went through this process 3-4 years ago with Nick. And I was a 21-year-old kid from Wyoming who moved to New York to work with Nick. And I didn't know anybody and I didn't know anything. But I loved people, I loved God, and I wanted to make a difference. And that was all I had. And I had this mentor, Nick Palumbo, and he basically told me, hey, do this, say this, do this, say this, do that. And I just did what he said. That caused me to have a dramatic income growth. We were able to build deeper level relationships with people. And overall, it was like, gave me this realization. If I can, it's cliche, if I could do it, anyone could do it. But no relationships, no skill set, and starting from zero. And if you were to add the cherry on top, I was 21 years old, so I had no authority to tell people how to invest their money. So I hired Nick Palumbo to be my coach. We met about once a month. I would drive a couple hours to his office, and then we started to work together. And I told Nick, I said, Nick, this program, what you teach, how it impacts people, how it's impacted me, everybody needs to hear this. Everybody has to have a taste of this. And so we decided to build what you guys now experience as Eagle Performance Academy. And one of the trademarks that Nick is known for is his unique ability. He says, work in your unique ability. His unique ability is to open and close cases. I've never seen anybody better. And if I have a chance, if I have a case that I need to make sure I get the client in the door and I get them across the line, I'm making sure that Nick is speaking to that client. Nick's ability to connect, to lead, and to build trust with clients is unparalleled. And he'll talk to you. It's about the language. That's what makes the greatest salesman in the world. It's the language and how they say things. And on the platform, which all of you or most of you, some of you watching the recording might not have access yet, but on the school platform, we give you the open talk formula, which is what we're going to go over today. You guys have seen it, you've heard it, we've taught it, we've tweaked it. But what we don't do enough is giving you the opportunity to see how it looks in real life, how it actually applies. Because so often you get these frameworks, but some people apply the frameworks and it revolutionizes their business. Some people apply the frameworks, but it's those little transitions. How do you, okay, you know the 6 bits of the open talk, but how do you start the conversation? How do you engage the client in questions? And then at the end, how do you know when it's time to close? How do you make it so you're not just parroting a script that feels transactional, but you're having a conversation that feels transformational? Nick is unbelievable at having this. He says this, I've been with him for 5 years now, and he says a slight variation of the exact same thing every time. But every single time the client experience comes through and it's like, oh, I've never heard anything like this. Nick, you're the smartest guy ever. You're unbelievable. You changed my life. Like, I know I finally found the guy I can trust. All these amazingly nice compliments. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, yeah, that was good. And he tailor-made it and customized an experience directly to that person. So that's a beautiful 5-minute introduction, Landon, but let's go ahead and get into the meat of it. Today, Nick and I are going to be role playing. Now we have, before Nick smiles and laughs at that joke, we're going to be going over, and I'm going to show you a real life example of me being a client, Nick not knowing the client, because we don't always get to know the fact finder and the facts and all those things before you meet. So you can't just go into it, give your presentation, and then hope that they buy from you, whether it's insurance, annuities, investments, whatever. So you have to build rapport. You have to ask questions. You have to figure out their pain points, but using that in the framework of what Nick calls his open talk. Okay. And so to give Nick a little bit of context, we are going to go about this as me being a married dentist. I have 2 kids, and our good friend Keon said that I have to speak with you because you're the financial guru. So going into that, that is your context. That's all you have to know. And we sit down, we're on a Zoom call. How do you go about engaging the conversation? How do you start that? And let's just go from start to finish so people can just see a real raw conversation and you in action doing what you do best.
Okay, fair enough. Before we do that, though, Landon and I were just at a conference in Kansas City. There are a lot of guest speakers there. I was one of the guest speakers. But it's amazing to me how many insurance companies and investment companies always focus on product. Here's the product, sell this product, and they're talking about the benefits and features of products. Our clients do not buy as a result of the product. They buy as a result of the process. They buy as a direct result of the experience you create for the clients, and they buy the product. The product is a result of the process. Okay, so I want to set that context in the right way.
Perfect. All right, so good morning, Nick. How are you doing this morning?
Good, Landon. How are you?
I am fantastic. I hear you're the guy I got to be speaking with.
Well, I don't know about that. Tell me, how do you know Keon?
Well, Keon, as you know, he's all over the place and marketing, his history, and I actually have been good friends with Keon. He's taught me a lot of things, and he's been helping me do some marketing in my practice. And so he said one of the things I have to make sure I do is organize the financial side and save on some taxes. And I don't really know, but he said it's worth a conversation to meet with you.
Okay. And what did he say that I do?
Well, he said that you're you're like financial advisor, financial planning, but I'm not 100% sure exactly what it is that you do. Is it maybe like insurance or something? I'm not 100% sure. What is it that you do?
Okay. In a nutshell, Landon, I'm in the wealth advisory business, but not in the way you're thinking about it.
What do you mean?
You must have different advisors in your world, right? You might have a CPA.
Yep.
You might have an attorney that maybe did some business planning for you, or perhaps did a will for you. You might have an insurance person, an investment advisor, a financial planner, a banker, a trust officer. You might even have a brother-in-law, Bill, that's giving you financial advice.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So all these people give you different opinions at different points in time. And it's up to you to siphon through all those opinions to make intelligent financial decisions. And what I found in my 43 years of practice is most people become confused. They don't know who to believe, who to trust.
Mm-hmm.
What I do is utilize a unique process that I'll show you at some point that stress tests all of the opinions you're getting out there mathematically, scientifically, so you can make informed financial decisions based on facts, not opinions. The benefit to you, Landon, is you'll have much more wealth over your lifetime.
Yeah, I'm certainly interested. I don't know how you're going to be able to do that, but it's intriguing for sure.
Well, today I'm going to kind of give you a 30,000-foot view.
Okay.
First, I'm going to get inside your head a little bit to understand a little bit more about you, what your goals are, what your dreams are, a little bit about your family, a little bit about your practice, really get to know you. And then you're going to get inside my head a little bit. And as I take you through this process, assuming that we're the right fit for each other, we'll come in for a nice landing. Make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay. So Landon, you mentioned, Keon mentioned that you're married. How long have you been married?
I've been married 15 years. I got married when I was 8.
Yeah, you look like a young man.
No, I've been married 9 years.
9 years. And you have 2 children, I understand?
2 twin boys.
Twin boys. How old are they?
They're 4 years old.
4 years old. And you're 38?
No, 34.
34. Okay. And I think your wife, you said, mentioned 32?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
A little
good,
younger.
good. So 4 years old, next year they're gonna be in kindergarten.
Yeah, yeah.
And I have a 28-year-old and a 22-year-old. I remember when I first had to put my son on the bus when he went to kindergarten. I was crying like a little boy. So life goes by pretty fast.
Yeah.
So tell me about your practice. You're a dentist, general dentistry?
Yeah, general dentistry. But we've expanded to 2 locations, but now we're trying to make a transition into this thing called early intervention orthodontics, which really the premise of that is we're in addition to our GP practice, we're starting to work with younger children, and we're able to use removable appliances. We can save them a ton of money, teach them exercises for, how to sleep, how to chew, how to talk, and those things. So they don't have to have braces later on. So it saves the family a lot of money. It's a lot better for the health and development of the children. And I think it's a really newer space, and I'm super passionate about it.
Okay. And do you have a partner in the business?
Well, I have a partner, but really, they kind of helped me get started in the business, and my wife helps run a lot of the administrative side of things. And then we have a team. We've got about 6 chairs right now,
And
and
you're 100% shareholder of your dental practice?
I am now. I now own the practice, and we've got some different other people that work underneath me.
And are those people key people? Those people generate revenue for you?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, we've got it pretty calculated now. Every chair that we have, we generate, more people. So if I can get a bigger facility with more chairs, we have the systems in place that we can bring on more practitioners, and ultimately, as you know, the more is more, right? And so we would really like to be able to scale the business and exit it, but I don't necessarily want to scale to working all the time.
Right. And when do you foresee that exit, and what is the plan for the exit?
Well, I don't know when I would foresee it, but I would love to be able to exit by 45, which I know seems young, but if I could exit 45 or 50, I've worked really hard. I'd be able to sell, and I think I could probably get a $5 to $10 million sale off of my practice. And you mean, once you get to that $10 million, you could invest that pretty conservatively, and I could have enough money for the rest of my life.
Okay, rest of the money, rest of your life. How do you know how much that is at this point? Or do you?
Well, I don't know, but I just figured that if I had $10 million and I was able to get 5% on 10 million, I'd be living pretty good.
Okay, that's good. What are some of the dangers that you see that could prevent you from exiting the way you want to exit? What are some challenges that you have?
Well, if I get sued, some kid freaking dies because my practitioner slipped with my surgery gun, that would not be good. Or, so I think probably a major like lawsuit, if that would be probably my biggest thing, would be a lawsuit, because taxes, you can't really avoid taxes. When we get to the end, like dentist practices, they're not really replaceable by AI. So I think the biggest thing would just be like lawsuit.
Okay. So your plan when you exit, you think by earning 5%, you'll have enough income to last your entire life, correct? From what
I mean, $10 million, you get 5%, you get $250,000 a year. We can live a good life.
Well, that's 500,000 a year.
500,000 a year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even better.
Landon, but there's some challenges with that formula, right? Because can you tell me what taxes are going to be 10, 15, 20 years from now?
No,
Can you tell me what inflation is going to be?
no, probably high.
When do you spend your money? When you work or when you play?
Well, my business is expensive. Every time I buy another location, it's like, hundreds of thousands of dollars. But other than that, probably when I play.
Right. So how many days a week are you going to play when you retire?
Probably 7 every
And
day.
what's your current income now?
Right now, this year, here's the thing, Nick. We've been investing a lot of our income back into our practice.
Hmm.
So we don't have a lot left over. I think probably gross, we made 2 million personal income after taxes. And like what we took home was probably about 190,000, about 200,000.
Okay. Okay. Have you ever sat down with an advisor before?
I sat down with this guy from New Jersey, but you know how people from New Jersey are, man. They're just so like quick, and I just didn't feel the right connection with him. And so it was like he was wanting me to do all these weird things with insurance and these weird investments and stuff. And it just didn't feel right. It felt like I was just being sold. And so I just went off and just tried to do my own thing. And that was about 3 or 4 years ago.
And so it was very product driven, right? He just wanted you to buy. It was transactional.
Yeah. It felt transactional.
You didn't get a 40-page financial plan, did you?
Well, I did actually. I did. And I was paid like, I don't even remember now, like maybe $4,500 or $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just so many things. I felt like I was back in dentist school.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I was getting CE credits to learn about my finances.
And you obviously did nothing with it, right?
I think we updated like our car insurance or something, but nothing worth $5,000.
So there was never a clear, concise plan, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it was clear, but it was just a lot.
It was a lot. Okay. Overwhelming?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. And does your wife presently work?
Well, she works in the practice. Yeah,
Works in
doing
the
some
practice,
administrative stuff. So
So what do you, if I were to ask you, what are your major goals? What would they be?
I mean, get rich.
Okay, that's very general. What does that look like?
I mean,
So earning $500,000 at age 50 on, is that your definition of getting rich?
I mean, that's pretty great. That's pretty great. We can live in the house that we want to live in, drive the car we want to drive, take vacations when we want to take vacations, travel, and do basically what we want to do. We can give to charity, and I think 500,000 is pretty good.
Okay. Okay. What do you do for fun, by the way?
I work. I don't
Just
really,
work. You have no hobbies.
I mean, look, I like to get out on the golf course every now and then, but I've been so career focused, just really trying to make sure I can get to retirement and have enough to be able to, work now and then we'll be set for retirement. But, we like to serve at our church. We like to play some golf. I like to travel every now and then, but really I just been focused on getting done what I need to get done.
Okay. What's your handicap, by the way?
17.
17?
Yeah.
What do you usually play? You belong to a club in Jersey?
Yeah, I belong to this club, Battleground.
Battleground. Okay, I know the club. Maybe we'll do a home and home one day.
Yeah.
So, Landon, let me ask you a question. What are the most important things in your life? What's important to you?
Well, I mean, my business is important. My family is important. I suppose my teeth are important, and my health as a whole are important. And Nick, I would say my clients are important. I suppose living in this country is important. And I'd say that's about it.
But what about a roof over your head? Is your home important?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay. What about your automobiles? You got to get to work, don't you?
Yeah, you got to get to work. Yeah, I'm not much of a car guy, but yeah, you do got to get one that gets you to work. Yeah.
Do you have any other hobbies like boating or motorcycle or airplanes? No? Okay. What about your wife? Does she have personal things that that are important to her that you bought for her through the years?
I mean, I had to compensate and get her that big rock on her finger, you know? But other
Exactly.
than that, she's not a real bling person. She's got that one ring and that's it.
So in order of priority, list those from most important to least important. What does that look like?
Well, most important would probably be my family, then probably my business, because you gotta be able to provide for the family.
Mhm.
Then I would say probably my health, because you know, if you're in a hospital, like
Mhm.
your life is that hospital. You can't really do a ton of other things.
Mhm.
I'd say those three are most important. The other ones, it doesn't really matter how you rank them.
Okay. Okay. Landon, if we take you through the process, assuming we're the right fit for each other, what has to have happened over the course of 3 years for you to feel like you made progress with us?
Well, you know, that's a good question. I guess I don't really. I would have more wealth. I'd be paying less in taxes. Yeah, I guess the biggest thing I would say is like, hey, can you make me money and reduce my taxes? That's really all I'm looking
Okay.
at.
So that's going to be your measuring stick for success, correct?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, if I have a good experience and it feels good, where I can trust you but overall, at the end of the day, like I need to. If I'm losing money, then I'm in the wrong place. If I'm making money, I'm in the right place.
Okay. How important is it for you to protect your wealth, whether it be your income or your assets? Is that important, or is it just about accumulating wealth?
What do you mean? If you accumulate wealth, and the wealth
You
protects.
mentioned before about being sued. You
Uh-huh.
mentioned before about being sued. So
Yeah.
how important is it to protect your wealth in the event of a lawsuit?
Well, I mean, that would be important. Yeah.
Okay, great, great. Okay, great. All right, Landon. So let's get inside my head a little bit, so I know a little bit about you now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What we focus on first and foremost is a process, not a product. Now, you mentioned you play golf.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to get you new state of the art AI Smoke Callaway golf club. Are you
Mhm.
necessarily going to be a better golfer?
No, definitely not. I mean, maybe a little bit because I'll feel good. I'll have a little more confidence, but probably not much
Probably not.
marginally.
That
Yeah.
that's just a product, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But if I get you lessons with Tiger Woods for 30 days and really learn the golf swing, will you be a better golfer?
Oh yeah, and I'll be rich.
Yeah, you'd be rich. So the golf swing is the process, the golf club is the product, correct?
Yeah, makes sense.
Money works very much the same way.
What
Okay.
do you
When
mean?
you understand how money works, it's not about taking on more risk, but understanding what the financial institutions understand. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah, makes
Okay.
sense.
So, and you probably know this, Landon, there's about 5 to 10% of the world population that controls 90 to 95% of the wealth.
Yeah, I want to be one of them.
Those are the uncommon thinkers,
Mm-hmm.
right? Warren Buffett says it the best. Whatever everyone else is doing, I'm doing the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
He also had another quote that I just recently saw. It said, you know, it's ironic that you see people that clients that go to Wall Street to meet with their advisors. They pull up in a Bentley, but the advisors are taking the subway back and forth. Okay, so those are the uncommon thinkers. Then there's everyone else, the common thinkers, the 90, 95 percenters. They think like everyone else thinks. Where we're the right fit is if I can get you to think the way wealthy people think, uncommon people, then we're the right firm for you. If I can't, that's okay. We're not the right fit for you. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, that's fair. I feel like I don't think like everybody else.
Okay, good, good. So that's a good start, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as I mentioned to you before, what our role is, you know, we talk about 3 phases of life. We talk about, I don't know if you ever gone hiking, you know, climbing up the mountain. I'm going to go up the Himalayas. That's the accumulation phase of my life. That's where you are right now. And a lot of people do that fairly well. But most deaths occur when people come down the Himalayas. That's the distribution phase of your life. That's when you're starting to retire. You have your exit strategy. You want to make sure that you don't run out of money. And most advisors do not do the distribution planning the right way. Because the biggest risk we take on is longevity risk. People are living too long. And then the final phase of life is preservation phase. I want to preserve my wealth. And you have one of three partners: government, charity, or your family. Pick two of the three. I know which one you'll want to eliminate, right?
Yeah, the government.
Government. So, when I was a young man, we grew up very poor, and we migrated here from Italy. And my father was working 3 jobs to get us out of the ghettos. I never saw my dad. And then worked his whole life to eventually move us out of the ghettos, moved into the suburbs, and we lived a middle-class life. But then he started working 1 job, but he was working his 78 hours a week. And then when I saw him retire, he didn't have enough money to retire. And I had to provide for my mother and father. And part of my story is I want to make sure that the people that I come in contact with, that does not happen to them. So my role in your life, in your financial life, is you have these advisors, you have your CPA, you have an attorney, perhaps, investment advisor, insurance broker, banker, trust officer, and giving you opinions. And I said, I sit in the middle with you and stress test all of those opinions. And the name of our company is Truvium. And what Truvium means is 2 words that come together: the word truth and the word trivium in Latin, which means a critical path of thinking that's scientifically based, that goes against the common way of thinking. So think of like an orchestra. They're not playing music without the conductor, so I become the conductor. If an advisor is not fulfilling their role, I'm going to let you know. And it's up to you to get rid of that advisor, whether it's the CPA, the attorney, the insurance guy, the investment guy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay. So if we look at the world today, we look at the economy, you have basically 4 sectors of the economy.
Okay.
You have government, you have corporations, you have the financial institutions, and you have us, the consumers. The first 3 sectors, government, corporations, and financial institutions, are in business to transfer your wealth away from you and to them. How do they do that? They have rules. Look at the tax code, right? So let's think of a government rule: federal taxes, state taxes, local taxes, payroll tax, sales tax, luxury tax, excise tax, estate tax. You get my point, right? And we take for granted we have to pay all of these tax dollars because we're in a $35 trillion national debt. Now, corporations also compete for your dollars, Landon. Do you have an iPhone or Samsung? Which one do you use?
Samsung.
Samsung. Okay, Samsung competes with Apple, correct?
Yeah.
And corporations have rules. One rule is planned obsolescence. Now it's the iPhone 16, I think they're up to, right? My first cell phone was the size of my arm, right? I used to take my cell phone in a little suitcase, wheeling it around. That's how big it was. I remember black and white TVs. So technological changes are happening. Computers, every 2-3 years, you need a new computer. That's on purpose. You have service agreements, shipping and handling, accessories, style changes in clothing. Think about sports teams. I was watching a ball game. Boston Red Sox had yellow jerseys on. Well, why the yellow jersey? Well, people already bought the red, they bought the white, now they buy the yellow.
Yeah,
it's about capturing, exactly. It's about capturing more of your dollars. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, makes perfect sense.
Okay. Then whatever's left over, banks want your money, insurance companies want your money, private equity, hedge funds, mutual funds, brokerage houses. They want you to give them money on a regular and ongoing basis. They want to hold on to it for as long as possible and give you back as little as possible. They're not a not-for-profit. So they have rules. Banks put a maturity date on a CD. That's a rule, right? Why do they put maturity date on CD? We're going to get there a little bit later, but there's maturity dates on CDs. There's 401ks or a tax deduction. There's 529 plans for college. You need at retirement 70% of your current income. That's what the college financial planning says, 70% of current income. There's the magic of compound interest. So they have all of these rules. There's front-end charges, back-end charges, trading costs, all of these rules that we take for granted. Here's the question, Landon. What rules do you use to make intelligent financial decisions?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I have any rules, but I just look at stuff and like see if it makes sense, you know? Like, does this make sense?
And that's the way most people do it, right? But when you see the stuff, you might read something online, right? Something that you see on the internet. What criteria are you using to validate whether those opinions are mathematical and scientific?
I don't know. I mean, simple math, I guess. Like if someone says, "Hey, buy this stock," I'll look and say, like, "Hey, does the owner look like he's a leader?" Like, because you got to bet on the owner, you know. So I might look at some stuff like that, and that makes it, you know,
Okay.
scientific.
So let's use another example. You've heard of the magic of compound interest, correct?
Yeah, Einstein said it.
Yeah, so that must be good because I'm compounding, correct?
Yeah.
When you have a brokerage account, you're compounding dividends and interest. You know you're also compounding your taxes, correct? You're paying more taxes each year as those dividends and interest are compounding, correct?
Yeah, but you don't pay the taxes until you sell the position.
No, that's unrealized capital gains. As you're earning dividends, in the year that you earn the dividends, you pay ordinary income tax on those dividends.
But even if they just stay reinvested in the account?
Correct. You get a little 1099.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you a stupid question. Forgive me for asking this question. So you're compounding your dividends. You're also paying more taxes each year. If there were a way that you could compound your wealth, but not compound your taxes, when would you want to know about it?
I mean, right away, but isn't that like a Roth?
No, we'll get there. We'll get there and I'll show you that. Okay. We'll talk about the Roth. We'll have the product conversations. All you need to understand right now, stay on concept. If you could compound your wealth, but not compound your taxes, when would you want to know about it? If you don't compound your taxes, you'll have more money in your pocket, correct?
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
While still compounding wealth.
Yeah, I'm curious what it is. Maybe using like debt with real estate or like a Roth, but I can't really think of much other things.
It's not your job to think about those things now.
Okay, fair enough.
It's like me sending my kids to you, and they need orthodontia work, right? What's the first thing that you do?
Well, I mean, the first thing I do, I look at examine them. I look at them, and then, you know, in some cases I can tell like if the mandibular arch needs to be adjusted or what kind of things need to be done. But in some cases it's not as simple. So I'd have to, you know, take an x-ray and then I might put in together some molds or some prints and then we can analyze and look at the data from there. Because, you know, getting a 5-year-old to sit in a chair for 3 hours, you got to get it in, get the impression, get them out.
Yeah. And so you're not going to just put braces on without examining first, correct?
Well, no, because you got to figure out how much am I creating space for these teeth? Am I bringing the teeth together? Am I moving out the angles? You know, do I need to, like, I got to figure out the different size of tongue that they have. And so there's a lot of different factors. I couldn't just, because braces are different for everybody. And some people need just some removable appliances. They don't necessarily need braces. So
exactly right. And that's why I can't give you that answer. When you ask me the question about Roth, I don't know anything about you yet. I haven't done your financial x-ray yet. Okay. So in order for you to have a successful financial life, you need to have 4 things and 4 things only. Number 1, you need a financial economic game board. Not a 40-page financial plan that's based on guesswork, but a game board. And here's the game board. I'll show the client the game board. This is what it looks like. The game board is, there's only 27 elements or 27 boxes on this game board. Okay. 9 in protection, 9 in savings, 9 in growth. So you're getting, when your home was built, there was an architectural drawing for that home, correct?
Of course.
Every nail was accounted for, every piece of wiring was accounted for, correct?
Yep.
So this is your financial game board. On this game board, there's 10 financial rules that we teach. I don't know which rules apply to you yet. And there's 50 strategies. I don't know which strategies apply to you yet.
The rules are like what you were talking about earlier, where the other
Exactly.
sectors have rules, and these are the rules that
Exactly.
have.
Yeah, these are rules that to help you make informed financial decisions, not based on what you're reading or what someone is saying, but on math and science. So once we have the game board, once I teach you the rules and the strategies that apply to you, you need a simulator. You need a technology platform that can stress test the rules. Should I have a 15-year mortgage? Should I have a 30-year mortgage? Should I buy term and invest it different? Should I have permanent insurance? Should I compound my dividends? Should I not compound my dividends? How much should I put in my 401k? How do I pay for college? How do I buy the investment property or the second home? Right? We don't want to guess. Has to go on the model, the simulator. Think of a pilot. A pilot, before he or she just flies a plane, they get in a simulator to test the conditions.
Right.
So we're going to get you on the financial simulator. So once we have the game board, I teach you the rules, the strategies that apply to you. We put it on the simulator. The fourth thing you need is you need a swing coach. You need a financial coach that helps you navigate through all the opinions that you see out there. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, but like it sounds like it's about to make sense, but it's about to be expensive. How much do you charge for this thing?
That's a great question. We'll get into, I haven't earned the right to charge you anything yet, correct? But since you asked, I get paid one of several ways. I get hired by financial advisors, accountants, attorneys, and I will charge them an hourly rate to consult for them and their clients. That's one way. That doesn't apply to you. Second way we get paid is that we charge you to do this economic model. 99% of the time, see, there's dollars that you're losing to financial institutions, Wall Street, government, etc. That's called opportunity cost. When you spend the dollar, you lose the opportunity to invest that dollar. When I take you through this process, I'm going to show you how to recover the dollars that you would otherwise lose to the other three sectors. So if I recovered $1,000 in your world and you used it to create an economic model, what is the cost to you?
Well, I mean, it's the cost is $1,000, but I was going to lose $1,000 either way. So might as well give it to somebody that's helping me instead of somebody that's robbing me.
Now you're putting the cart before the horse. So we'll get there. But the third way we get paid is there may be products. Now I taught you the golf swing, but now you need to buy the new state-of-the-art products. And there's a lot of state-of-the-art products out there that may or may not apply to you. So I earn a fee from the institutions when I place those products.
That's fair enough, like a commission.
Could be a commission, could be a fee base. It depends on what the products are. Okay. So those are ways we get paid. Now let's talk about retirement. Let's talk about when you said I have an exit, I'm going to sell the business for $5 or $10 million. Then what happens? Correct?
Yeah.
So while you're in the accumulation phase of your life, you ever go on a sailboat or a powerboat?
Yeah.
So if I'm sailing at 5 knots in the water, but I have a current coming at me at 5 knots, where am I going?
Nowhere.
Nowhere. And this is how people often plan their finances, right? They're sailing along. I call this the economic curve. And you go to an investment guy and he says to you, hey, Landon, if you give me X amount of dollars over this time frame, you will accumulate wealth and you'll have $5 to $10 million. That's the sailboat sailing along. But they don't talk about the currents. No one ever talks about the currents coming against you. The first is taxes. You mentioned it. When you pay a tax dollar, you lost the opportunity cost to invest a dollar. So there's taxes and opportunity cost. Second pressure. Third pressure is inflation. We've had recent experience with inflation now, right?
Yeah, but isn't that going to get fixed coming soon or no?
Well, even if it gets fixed, yeah, absolutely. But there will always be inflation. I remember the 80s when inflation was double digits. Okay. You can't tell me what inflation is going to be 30 years from now or 20 years from now.
No.
I call that the stealth tax.
Okay.
You can't see it. The fourth thing is planned
Yeah.
You have to come off of this economic curve to pay for things that become obsolete.
Yep.
You also have technological changes. Being a guy, guys love gadgets, right? So you want the newest LED, LCD curved TV. You want
Yeah.
the newest Garmin watch to play golf, right? So we have technological changes that are happening. We also have,
Get that fountain in the backyard.
exactly.
Waterfall fountain. Yeah.
So you have to come off of this economic curve to pay for things, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have unexpected life events. Unfortunately, life is not perfect. There's things that come, that happen in life, and I'll share my personal story. I lost my kid brother at the age of 34.
Sorry to hear that.
Owned a restaurant, was divorced, had full custody of his kids. Well, at his deathbed, I made a bedside promise that I will take care of those 3 kids. So those 3 kids became my 3 kids, along with my 2 kids. They needed braces, they needed college, they needed the same things that my kids needed. That wasn't in my original plan. You have expected life events, bar mitzvahs, christenings, weddings, sweet 16 parties, all those things that you have to come off of this economic curve to pay for those things. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
You have market volatility. The markets don't work linearly. It's not 5%, 5%, 5%, 5%, right? Markets go up, markets come down. That's called sequence of returns. So Landon, when you retire, suppose it's 2008 and the market corrects almost 50% and you're taking income out of your account. Do the markets get a chance to recover with the money that you took out?
No.
So what provisions have you put in place or considering putting in place in the event that we have a market downturn when you retire?
I mean, maybe just keep some money in cash, but I mean, really, my thing is, I just want to make as much money as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if it goes down a little bit, it's fine. We're still
Okay. Okay. Based on opinion so far, right? But when you see it and you could measure it, if you earn 12.5% average rate of return in the markets over time, and you start taking, according to a particular person that talks about, if you're earning 12%, withdraw 10%, you will run out of money in 10 years, even with a 12.5% guaranteed rate of return on your money.
Is that because you take it at the beginning of the year? Because you think if it goes from 10 million up 12%, I take 10% back down, I'm still above 10 million, and you repeat that for 30 years, then I'll always be above $10 million.
That's a common way of thinking, correct? But what I said earlier is the markets work in a sequence of returns. You're not earning 12% every year.
Yeah, some years you earn like 30 and some years you earn minus 20.
Exactly. Okay. So the point I'm trying to make here is that there's these pressures. There's also management fees that are causing pressure on this yield curve. So you tend to go through life this way instead of this way.
Yeah.
What we do real well is teach our clients how to mitigate or eliminate those pressures so you're sailing with the current. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, I'm not sure how you're going to do it yet, but
I don't expect you to know that yet. Okay, but I promise you at some point during this time that we spend together over the next coming weeks, that light bulb will go off and you'll have that aha moment. Not based on my opinion, based on math and science. Let's talk about average rate of returns. Landon, if you gave me $100,000 and I invested it and I lost 10% of your money, how much do you have?
90,000.
Now I make 10% back. How much do you have?
99,000.
What was your actual rate of return?
Minus 1%.
What was my average? Zero.
Well, average would be 10 times 2, which 10 plus 10 is 20, and divided by 2, your average would be 10.
No, you made 10. You minus 10 in the first year, plus 10 the second year.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So it's zero. Average is zero.
So this is what Wall Street promotes, so average rates of return. But there's a difference between average and actual. Can you see the difference between opinion and math and science?
Sure, but it's not a lot.
Okay, well, let's be more dramatic then. You give me 100,000. I make 100% on your money. How much do you have?
Well, I got 200,000.
Then I lost 50%. How much do you have?
100.
I make 100% back in year 3. How much do you have?
200.
I lost 50% in year 4. How much do you have?
100.
So you gave me 100. You ended up with 100. What was your actual?
0.
What was my average?
25.
25%.
So the average doesn't really matter.
Correct.
Okay.
You got it?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yep.
Okay. So let's talk about the 4 principles of money. You've heard of the word micro and macroeconomics, correct?
Of course, we all had to take that
Yeah,
class in either college or high school. Yeah.
Yeah, that was my major in college. I never understood it, but here it is. Most people, most common thinkers plan microeconomically. Most CPAs plan microeconomically. Most financial advisors plan microeconomically. And microeconomics says in order for you to have wealth, you need to have money times the rate you get on your money times the time frame. So you accumulate wealth arithmetically. Either you need to make more money,
Sure.
you need to take on more risk to get a better rate of return, or if it's 2008 all over again, you need more time to make up for the losses, correct?
Yeah.
That doesn't work. Never has and never will. That's needs-based planning. You can't tell me what your needs are 30 years from now. Okay. Macroeconomics. So think of you're in the science field, right? If
Yeah.
I'm looking through a microscope, I only see what's in the lens of the microscope, correct?
Yeah.
I don't see the impact of the outside world.
Yeah. No, you're just focused on, what you're looking at.
Macroeconomics, the way capitalism is built, says in order to have wealth, you need to have money times the velocity of money times the rate times the time frame. So we teach people how to accumulate 3 times 3 instead of 3 plus 3.
How do you do that?
Landon,
That sounds a lot better.
yeah, if you get nothing else out of this,
Go a lot better 3 times 3 than 3 plus 3. That's not
exponential growth. Correct.
Yeah.
If you grasp this one concept alone, it will put millions of dollars in your pocket over your lifetime.
Wow.
Now, what does
Ready for
velocity?
that.
What does velocity mean? Another word for velocity is utilization of money or efficiency of money. I'm going to give you 2 examples of this. Are you familiar how a bank works?
Oh yeah. Yeah. My uncle used to be the general manager of a bank.
Okay, so you put your money in a bank in a CD, and a
Mhm.
bank is built on a fractional reserve system. A bank can lend 10 times the amount of money that they keep on deposit, correct?
That's a lot. Yeah. And they only have to pay like a couple % interest or
They
something.
go to the Federal Reserve. They borrow
Yeah.
money at cheap rates.
Yeah.
So let's oversimplify this. A bank has $1 million on deposit. They lend out $10 million at 5%. How much did the bank earn on the $10 million?
But how'd they get 10? They got 10 million because they borrowed 10 million and then they lent out the whole 10
At
million.
a spread, and their spread was 5%. So that's 500,000, right?
Yeah. So they made 500,000 on the 10 million.
On $1 million of deposit. You only have $1 million on deposit. It's 10 to 1.
So they make 50%.
50%. Did they take on market risk?
No, but they took on people risk.
Credit risk.
Yeah.
You ever have bad credit? Try to get a loan.
Yeah, but I got 780 credit and they send me mail documents every month.
Yeah. Okay. So velocity of money says money should be in motion. Okay. If I had an investment bucket and I say, Landon, put $1 in this investment bucket, we're going to shoot for 20%. You always get the disclaimer. Past performance is no indication of future results.
Yeah, sure. No one can predict the market. That's
Exactly.
reasonable.
So I'm going to give you one example of velocity, money in motion.
Okay.
Let's use an investment property. Okay. And let's imagine 4 buckets instead of 1 bucket. And those 4 buckets are earning 5% each. And I'm going to make $1 work not once, but a minimum of 4 times, utilizing real estate in this example. Okay. So why real estate? I get potential appreciation. I could depreciate that asset, which is a tax benefit. I get mortgage interest deduction, and I get rental income. I have my money working 4 times, so I could make the same 20%, but I took on a lot less risk, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I got you thinking a little bit now, right?
Yeah, definitely. We covered a lot today. It's a lot to process. Not gonna lie. I got a client coming in here in about 10 minutes. But
We're
yeah,
almost
definitely got me thinking on some things.
we're almost done. Let me get you to the next step. So I'm going to hit on the
Sure.
4 points. I mentioned lost opportunity cost. I'm not going to get into that again. The third principle is what I call LLC, leverage, liquidity, control of your wealth. Now, at
Okay.
some point, you probably have a retirement plan, correct?
You know, Nick, we actually don't, because like I said, we've just been focusing on building the business because we want to sell that. And I figured the best bet would be to bet on me.
Okay, that's I'm glad that you said that, but at some point your accountant will say, hey, you have excess money in the business. Let's put some sort of retirement plan in place, correct?
Okay. Yeah, probably.
Now you're 36 years old, you're earning almost 200,000 a year. Based on your numbers, you're going to earn $500,000 a year. Where do you think taxes are going over the next 20 years?
Well, if Trump would stay in office for the next 20 years, they'd probably go down, but the reality is they're probably going to go up.
Okay. So is it possible that you pay more tax on those monies later on?
You mean if we put it into like an IRA?
Or a 401k
Yeah.
or
Yeah, we'll probably pay taxes later. Oh, for sure.
yeah,
For
you're going
sure.
to pay taxes later on.
Because
So
it's going to be a bigger amount too.
right. So even if taxes stay the same, you're not going to be in the same bracket because your income went up according to your numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
You can't leverage the 401k or the profit sharing plan because if you touch it before 59 and a half, there's a penalty, correct?
Yeah.
So you can't leverage it. It's not liquid and you don't control it. The reason why you don't control it is the government tells you how much you could put in. The government tells you who you have to include. The government tells you when you can touch it. The government tells you when the required minimum distribution is going to be. And the government tells you what the taxes are going to be. It's like the fox guarding the chicken house.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Okay. Fourth principle, most important principle, I'm going to leave you with this. We always focus on internal rate of return of an asset. What's the rate of return I get on a particular asset? Now listen to what I'm about to tell you. We could have the same amount of money. You're earning 9% on your money, but I'm earning 3%. Same money, same time frame, but you're earning triple the internal rate of return. What I teach my clients is 2 other rates of return that no one talks about: external and eternal rate of return. Because I understand how those 2 rates of return happen, I will have a ratio of wealth minimum 2 to 1 more than you. Well, let me define it for you first, and then at some point I'll show it to you in the future. External. Okay. So if I bought a condo for 100, I sold it for 200, internal rate of return. If I took $50,000 out of that condo and I bought a second condo, and that condo produced rental income, depreciation, appreciation, mortgage interest deduction, those are external rates of return off of the first condo. It's how I use leverage on that condo to produce other rates of return. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Okay. Eternal. Eternal, the definition is the integration and coordination of how assets work with each other. I don't look at assets separate. I look at how they could be integrated. So being in medicine, if you gave one of your patients too much oxygen and not enough, they would die. If you give them hydrogen, poisonous gas, they would die. If I mix hydrogen and oxygen and I integrate and coordinate those 2 gases, I get a powerful element known as water.
Yeah.
So let me leave you with this, Landon. I gave you a lot in this session. Hopefully, I've enlightened you a little bit as to what is possible for you.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious. I want to see, like no offense, but I want to see if you can actually deliver on these things.
Okay.
Intrigued. So what do we got to do? What's the
Let
next
me
step?
walk you through the next steps. We haven't determined yet if we're the right fit for each other. right?
Why am I not the right fit?
Well, you have to qualify for the process. I have to create this financial economic game board for you.
Okay.
So I have to do the x-ray. Just like when your patients come in, you do the x-ray. I have to do this financial x-ray. The next step is I'm going to send you a confidential financial questionnaire for you to look at it.
Okay.
Kate, our assistant, is going to call you and go through the fact finder with you. Once that information is gathered, I'm going to create this economic model for you. And then we're going to have another meeting that's going to be more specific and granular to your situation. That's when you're going to have that aha moment. And you're going to see how all of this comes together. Fair enough?
Yeah, sounds fair enough. Send me the thing. I'll take a look at it, and then I'll look forward to hearing having the call or text or something from Kate.
Great, Landon. Thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure meeting you. Looking forward to working with you.
Thanks, Nick. You as well. Have a good day.
Okay.
All right. Well, that was good. I never heard that before. No. Look, here's the thing. We've heard the open talk. You've heard the variations of it. But I think there's something really profound as far as getting to see how it works in real life. Because the hard parts, yes, you memorize the 6 bits. And as you guys saw, Nick went through those 6 bits. He did a great job. Good job, Nick. But the power was, number one, he started with the questions. He engaged in the questions. He was figuring things out about me. So now I got a chance to share. Nick got a chance to know how I speak, how I communicate. He noticed that I need to see the bottom line numbers. I'm a digital person. He noticed that, well, when he asked the question 3 years from now, what would have to have happened for us to have had success? I want bottom line results, and I want to feel like I can trust him. So that very much tells him I'm kinesthetic digital or digital kinesthetic. And so in Nick's language, he kept postponing because at this time, he can't give me the bottom line numbers. And I need to see the bottom line numbers in order to move forward. And so if he was to try to throw out some numbers, I would eat him alive because I can't see it. But Nick is maintaining control over the entire conversation. I'm on his terms. So now I'm going to go through and exactly in the dentist example, I'm going to give him all of my financial information, my financial picture, all of these different things. Nick is then going to be able to go over the model with me. And at that point, he has facts, numbers. He can go into the calculators, and maybe we'll continue this case tomorrow. But the importance of the open talk and what people don't understand is that one meeting, that was 53 minutes, 52 minutes really, that Nick did that presentation, that we had that meeting. And in that 52 minutes, you need to build rapport, you need to build trust. And most importantly, the goal of that meeting is to get them to go through the process, get them to go through the fact finder, get them to figure out if they're a good fit for us and if we're a good fit for them. Because it does go both ways. They might be they might have certain religious beliefs, and that when Nick talks about God or when Nick talks about his beliefs, if that comes up, there's going to be conflict and they don't want to work with somebody that's a Christian. That's okay. You don't have to sell everybody, but you got to at least do the service of figuring out if we're a good fit for each other. And so as Nick goes through that I want you guys to think about, okay, how do I start off with the questions, make it a real conversation? Then Nick got into the open talk, and notice, then he related it to his personal story. He related 2 stories that allowed me to trust and relate to him. Number 1, his brother passed away unexpectedly. And so in my plan, in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, the odds of me dying before I sell my practice for a bunch of money are pretty slim. But they were probably pretty slim for his 34-year-old brother. So that kind of plants that seed subconsciously in my mind. The second thing that he said was he told me why he was doing what he was doing without having some rehearsed pitch of saying, this is my life purpose, which it's great to have those things. But this is showing how the personal development work will really just come out in natural conversation. When he told his why story, he said, because I'm was an immigrant in the Bronx, grew up poor. My dad worked 3 jobs to get us out, and then it wasn't enough because he didn't have somebody like me. Even if I don't agree with what Nick's saying, those 2 stories allow me to connect with him and be willing to give him a shot. Because of those 2 stories and because of him giving the other open talk that shows he knows what he's talking about, that makes me comfortable enough to go through the fact finder. He's not charging me any money. My worst case scenario at this point is I get an education from someone who genuinely cares about what he's doing. That's my worst case scenario. And the open talk, that is the goal of that first meeting. So you get people in the process, and we'll talk further on this tomorrow, but I really hope you guys were able to find value from that, because I found value for it. I've heard it more than anybody on this call, and I found value from that. I picked up a couple of things, nuances as to why and how he says things. And I think if you can learn to have conversations and use that as the track you run on, there's no limit to who you can meet with and how you can control any conversation and ultimately increase the sales in your business. So Nick, thank you for going through that again with us. We have Mike and Corey Beth on next, which we're super excited about. But Nick, thank you so much. I hope you go crush it on the rest of your day.
Thank you, Landon. Thank you, everyone.
Mike and Corey Beth, do you guys ever not look good? I gotta ask. Like, it seems like no matter when we meet, Corey Beth always has her hair just like perfectly wavy and like ready to be on the showroom floor. And then Mike almost always wears a t-shirt. So like his style game, you got to step that up a little bit, but his body is like, he's like his philosophy. I feel like he lives with this attitude of like, I don't need nice clothes because I wear a nice body. And like, you can just like, this is my suit here. Okay. My birthday suit. You're lucky I'm not in my birthday suit. All right. This cover is for you guys, so you don't feel insecure. But these two are, listen, they're a joyful couple. They have great integrity. We just talked about Nick's ability to trust people. I've met fitness people that are in great shape, bodybuilders, CrossFit athletes, professional athletes. I've met all these people that are healthy, that understand food, nutrition, working out, all those different things. Met a lot of them, right? Just like there's a lot of financial advisors on this call. People that understand money, they understand insurance, they understand risk, they understand all these things. But as you're going through your business, we just talked about Nick being able to develop trust with people and how hard it is. You know, in New York, Nick's been teaching me a lot, right? He's Italian. And if you're not from New York, you know that Italians in New York, you want to be friends, not enemies. Because Italians in New York, you never know who their cousin or their cousin's cousin association, right? And in the mob or in the mafia, everything's about loyalty and trust. Mike and Corey Beth, the way they go about things, they have an integrity and a sense of accountability through starting number 1 through their faith. But then number 2, as you look at them, I started the call, you know, maybe a little facetious, maybe a little bit of a genuine compliment, but when you look at them, they care about the integrity of what they do. So they tell you all these things, but they live with that integrity of what they do by doing it. And it's very evident. If they were overweight, if they were sick, if they were not healthy and vital, then they would have no credibility or authority. But as you look at them on the call, they are not that way. And to me, that goes a long way and adds a ton of respect. So I can trust you from a spiritual standpoint. I can rely on you because you can rely on yourself. And then that sets the stage for them having a wealth of knowledge to help us be able to apply the tips and things that they use to our own lives. So they own a franchise, Pure Physique. They'll probably talk a little bit about it. Nick is a personal client of theirs. Nick's daughter's a client of theirs. My wife and I have been to their gym. It's amazing. But for those of you that don't live in New York, they have an online platform. And, you know, honestly, as my wife and I start to work more remote and travel, it's hard to figure out, like, how do I go to other countries that don't have gyms like Europe and Asia? And how do I still get a good workout? If I don't have a ton of weights to be able to push 200 pounds, can I get with a 30-pound limit? Like, can I still get a good workout? These guys have proven all that. And I don't want to take all of your time, but I do think it's very important to understand the integrity and the value and the weight behind the words that you guys bring. So Mike, Corey Beth, I'm going to get off here. our audience, all the people live, the people recording, they are yours, and I entrust them over to you.
Well, thank you so much. And it is true. Corey Beth does always look good, even when her hair is not done. And for me, like, this t-shirt is like wearing my Superman S on my chest.
There you
So
go.
there is a reason. Believe it or not, I actually do have style game. You just don't get the opportunity to see it on Sundays at church when I'm coming in my three-piece suit and
Okay,
looking
okay.
all suave.
All
But
right, I take it
but-
back. I take it back. I just get the Saturday morning men's group and Pure Physique Fitness coaching calls, which if you guys aren't on those Tuesday calls, if you're on the Tuesday calls, you know that's how Mike looks every single Tuesday. But if you're not on those calls, you got to get on those calls. And I take it back. Look, Mr. Suave, that's your new nickname now, Mr. Suave.
no, we don't need any more nicknames. We're good. We're all set. We're all set. Well, my hope though is that after today, I know that we have some on here who do show up to those calls, who are with us, some who we have never seen before. So really happy. And then those of you who are catching it on the replay, hopefully what we present today maybe inspires you to get on those calls and just show up, because what we do try to do in those situations is to get really granular with you and dig into what's important about you. And we want to individualize our coaching always as much as possible, because we are going to give you a general overview today. But that being said, when it comes down to it, all of us are looking for, what is the solution for me? What do I need to do in order to improve? And even though we can always provide frameworks, we can always provide, a general direction to move in, at the end of the day, people are going to respond a little bit differently and have questions about what they need to do versus the person who might be working next to them and what they're doing. And so that really is what the Tuesday calls are all about. So hopefully those of you who are meeting us for the first time, we will see you over there. But with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Corey Beth. We are going to share our screen here.
Yeah.
And we have a little something.
Sure, guys. Just so you guys know, the only way that all the participants can engage is through the chat. We did not allow video access. So if you have any communications or interactions, it'll be, on the chat. But, I'll just step away and you guys got your thing.
All right. Thank you so much. Just this.
All right. Well, before, business, we always say fitness first, right? We need fitness before business, because how you feel is how you show up. How your energy is how you're going to perform. How you sleep or slept last night really is how good you're going to feel today. So our presentation for you, and we'll save questions for the end, is all about, how can I tap into that little bit of fitness before business so I can show up better for business. So we have a question for you first. What would happen if you had more energy? You were twice as strong. You lost 15 pounds of fat. Well, you can hop into the chat box, but in the meantime, we're going to tell you. You're going to be like, woo, woo. Because at the end of the day, when we have more mental clarity, better sleep, less stress, and more confidence, we have a higher self-worth. And all of this and more results in the best version of you. You can become the best husband or wife, the best father or mother, the best employee, manager or boss, the best leader, the best human. Now, if this is your first time meeting us, we are Mike and Corey Beth Lepowski. We are coaches, we are business owners, parents to two awesome boys, and we're fitness experts for busy people. In 1999, Mike became a personal trainer. In 2007, he opened his very first fitness studio. And in 2018, together, we franchised that fitness studio business. In 2020, we built a robust online platform as a result of everybody needing to be online, and that served us really well. Today, we own and operate a fitness studio and franchise out of Westchester, New York. We have other locations in New York, Connecticut, coming online right now in South Carolina, and we get to coach people all over the world in time-efficient fitness and nutrition. So if you're a busy person, you are in the right place today. We basically help people do the unthinkable, and they get results like these with less than 90 minutes of exercise a week and without calorie counting or cardio.
I think that's a good deal.
We do take a really simple approach to a complex problem.
And that is the reason why this works. So as you guys have heard before, EPA coaching is built on the premise that even if you have a Ferrari, you need 4 tires. Otherwise, it's useless just sitting there in the garage. But when it comes to our tire, the fitness tire, we see it like a table, and that table needs to have 4 legs in order to be functional. Now, those 4 legs are your exercise, your mindset, your nutrition, and your accountability. And some of you have one of these legs firmly in place. Maybe you are the person who you are consistent with your exercise program. It's just part of what you do every single day when you wake up in the morning, but rarely do any of us have all 4 in place. Many times it's the nutrition isn't there, or we don't have any accountability, maybe to our nutrition. Or for some people, it's just a mindset thing, right?
Yeah.
We know what we're supposed to do. We just can't seem to get ourselves to do it. And it's for this reason that we struggle to see the results that we want. And we're wondering, what do I need to do in order to get better? And really what it comes down to, it's about having these 4 in place and making sure that they're not only in place, but they're stable. Because when you have all 4 in place and they're stable, that's when you win the big prize. And the prize being the very best version of you. And a great example of that is Jesse, who is a senior wealth advisor in Manhattan and a father. When he reached out, he was like 250 pounds. And he was completely out of shape. And it had been years since he had worked out. And he knew that he had to lose at least 50 pounds. And I told him it was going to take him about 6 months if he was to do it the right way. And we're going to talk a little bit about the right way today, but that it was still totally possible. And these pictures were taken after just 12 weeks. And he had lost at that point about 38 of those 50 pounds, which he did eventually take off all 50. And although he was happy with his new body, the 2 things that he kept coming back to was the energy that he had and how he felt about himself. So there's that confidence piece, right? And he commented on how he felt as if he was 15 years younger and he had a whole new life. And at this point, his cholesterol had dropped to 30 points, which is amazing. His wife had commented to him about how hard he worked to make this transformation. But what I loved most about Jesse was his response to his wife, which was, I don't even feel like I worked out that hard to get this. And that to me is amazing because he stated how he didn't feel deprived. And I think for a lot of us, when we think about what we need to do to get into our optimal shape, or even if it's not our optimal shape, just to get better, we have this overwhelming belief that the process is going to be too much to take on. And so oftentimes we just don't even bother.
Now, Lindsay reached out in desperation. She was saying things like, I'm not even ever sure I've been where I want to be. She did get serious about her fitness in her 20s. She hired the trainer, joined the gym, ran the marathon. But listen, it was easier when she was on her own without kids. She had all the time in the world to work out. Now married with 3 kids, running businesses and a farm, she really needed a lot of help. So Lindsay went all in on our elite program, and 8 short weeks later, she had dropped 12 pounds. And for the first time in decades, she was showing up in confidence in her business, online, on video. And I think that that's the coolest thing is everyone will come for the weight. Like, I want to lose the weight. I want to lose the weight. What they don't realize is what happens on the back end. And it's the energy, the confidence, the sleep, the mood, the mental wellness. I mean, you just show up better.
All right. So again, we also put all of these 4 things in place. We can sit here and I love, how Landon builds us up, right? But the truth of the matter is that we didn't start there either. For me growing up, I was like a wannabe bodybuilder. And maybe some of you guys out there can totally relate to this. You have nothing but time. So I spent 4 to 7 hours a week in the gym. That was from age 13 to 22 when I finally got out of college. During that time, I was an athlete and I was of the mindset that I could just train my way into being like ripped and looking like the guys in the Muscle and Fitness magazine. But it was at the age of 22 that I got introduced when I first became a personal trainer to a different concept with regards to training. It was called high intensity resistance training. And I always thought like, well, I train hard, I train intense. This gave me a whole new perspective on that. And what was amazing is at that point, I had cut my training down from those 4 to 7 hours a week to 30 minutes, 3 times a week. So you're talking 90 minutes a week. And in that time, that's when I finally gained control over my nutrition. I think that a lot of us, especially when we're younger, we think that, well, listen, as long as I'm working out all the time, it doesn't matter what I eat. And we come to know, especially as we cross over the age of 35, and then especially when we get into our 40s, that's not true anymore. What you eat does matter. But what was great is that in making some of these realizations about how to shift my nutrition, I was able to finally get the physique that I had been looking for, all those years prior. And in that process, I did become a professional natural bodybuilder.
Me, well, I was 30 pounds overweight. I felt totally unworthy of being in shape or even discussing fitness. I believed a lot of myths about dieting, lifting light weights to avoid getting bulky. That's total nonsense, by the way. And I would basically spend 2 to 3 hours daily on cardio, but my body never changed. And I know you see those people at the gym, like they're there every day and they're on the treadmill, but their body doesn't change. For me, after a final diagnosis of narcolepsy, which if you're unfamiliar, that's when you just fall asleep. I could be talking, I could be driving, I could be anywhere. On top of IBS, which is irritable bowel syndrome, and cystic hormonal acne all over my jawline, I really had hit rock bottom. It's when I knew I had to make some different choices and I wanted help doing it. And so I instantly fell in love with the workouts at Pure Physique. I really loved those short 30-minute workouts. And I watched how my body transformed for the first time. I started to see tone in my arms. My face looked different. My belly looked different. My bloat went away. Now, a year later, I stepped on my first bodybuilding stage with Mike's guidance, and it was so exhilarating. In that moment, I knew if I could do it, anyone could. And so I left my teaching career of 7 years to join Mike in the business so that we could help others experience that type of transformation.
So at this point, we want you right now to think about some of your health and fitness goals. What are some of the things that, you haven't achieved yet? And I always think it's important that we add that yet in there, because some of us, we really want this, right? But we're just not sure how to get it. And
Drop it in the chat, actually. If you guys are here, like hop into the chat. You can type us a response. Like, what are some of the things that you haven't achieved?
And also, what do you think maybe are some of the impediments? I mean, why do you think that we struggle to get the results that we're looking for? Well, spoiler alert, as you guys might be typing that into the chat, we're going to give you some of what the most typical answers are, which is I don't have time, or I'm too busy. I don't have the energy to work out. It costs too much money, right? It costs too much money to eat right or get a personal trainer. Everybody else around me is a priority, or you failed at other things. And I think that's another major one for people, because we have taken steps to try to make these improvements, but when it just doesn't pan out, we tend to believe that it's just not for us. Maybe you don't know what to do, or because of all the conflicting advice that there is online, it is really confusing about where you should start or what you should do. And then I know for some of you, maybe you're in a place now, past injuries, ailments, so you're dealing with some physical pain that might be preventing you from taking some of these steps forward. And then, unfortunately, this is true. Some of us just lack support. We don't have the people in our corner that really are cheering us on to hit this next level that we might want to hit. And that makes it really difficult. So we find that, again, going back to the 4 legs of the table, you need that support, right?
Yeah.
You need accountability if you're going to get where you're going.
So really, what is missing for most people? Well, it is an easy to follow, proven plan. Now, we didn't say it's easy, but it's an easy to follow. All right. I really want to make that distinction here. And it's a proven plan. I hate probably more than most when I see Instagram people or TikTok or Facebook or you name it, eat what I eat. I don't eat what you eat, do my workout. You're genetically blessed in that area. I'm not going to get the same abs, that you're going to get. It needs to be proven in that it works for more than just the influencer you're watching. You also need someone to hold you to it, because it's really easy to say, I'm going to do this. And 2 days later, when you don't feel like it or some aspect of life comes up, you stop, and no one would blame you for giving up except for yourself. So our goal is to help you discover how you can increase your strength by 2 times, how you can lose 15 pounds of fat and have that all day energy coming from a girl who used to fall asleep on meetings. And you can do all of this in just 90 minutes a week over 12 weeks. So the old way, the hard way is everything that I did. It was strict dieting, calorie restriction, excessive exercise, fad diets and pills and shots. I mean, I get an email every week from our, go back one slide, please. Every week, can we use this shot? Look at the shot, get the shot, get the shot. I'm like, nobody wants the shot. You got to be on the shot forever, by the way. Endless cardio. And then of course there's calorie and macro counting, which a lot of people just don't want to do. Now there are all these unsustainable practices, and in the end, again, spoiler alert, they lead to burnout, backsliding or just straight up fat regain, and that is not what we're here to do.
So what we do want to do is provide a new way forward. And there's three things that we really need to focus on, these three components that will help you get there. And this goes into that easy to follow plan. So the first is just a protein centric approach to our nutrition. And we believe that this is learning how to eat without restriction, yet you can still drop body fat. There's a lot more to it than just that, but just putting the focus here is going to make a tremendous difference. The next piece would be time efficient resistance training. So just like us, I mean, we put in anywhere from 60 to 90 minutes of exercise a week and sometimes less, but yet you're still able to achieve your optimal level of fitness. And then the last piece really comes down to habit stacking. And this is all those small, consistent actions that you're going to do on a daily basis that's going to accelerate the recovery process and then in turn help you get better gains. So we're going to just, again, get a little bit more granular here now. And what it boils down to is that the way that we eat, the way that we train, and the way that we recover, all of these things matter.
I'm just going to say a lot of fitness professionals won't even talk about that last one. A lot of them just talk about the center one, right? Just work out, work out, work out. What are you putting in your mouth? And what rest days are you taking? Nobody wants to talk about rest days. I love that you talk about this.
Well, let's start off though with talking about eating. And we already, again, made mention that we want to take a protein-centric approach. Now, for some of you who might not be indoctrinated into nutrition, let's just get really simple here. What is protein? Well, protein, the word protein actually comes from the Greek word proteos, which means holding first place or of primary importance. So just think about that for a moment. How many of us put protein at the forefront of our nutrition? Or is it just something that you have at your last meal of the day, right? It's at dinner and you have a big piece of protein along with your starch and your vegetables. Or is it the little bit of meat that's in your sandwich during lunch, but you probably don't even see it during breakfast? But this is the thing that's most important, is that having that protein is the key to having a leaner, stronger, and healthier body. Now, again, just to give you some examples of what some protein foods might look like. And this is just a little bit of a hint. If you don't see it on here, it is not a significant source of protein. So you have your steak, your beef, your eggs, your bacon, your bison, your chicken, your pork, your turkey, your seafood, your venison, Greek yogurt, not regular yogurt, but Greek yogurt is a great source of protein, as is cottage cheese, and protein powder, though it's not as good as having the animal sources of proteins themselves. But I just want to point out, you don't see peanut butter on here, okay? And yes, peanut butter has protein in it, but it's predominantly a fat. Cheese. Cheese is actually a better option than peanut butter would be, because at least it comes from an animal source. But cheese still is primarily a fat, but usually it'll have an equal or slightly lower amount of protein compared to how much fat is in there. So this is just a focus on where are we going to get the most significant amount of protein from, and these are the foods that we want to focus on. Now, I always like to describe protein like a Lego block, right? Or a Lego thing that you build. So protein is made up of these 21 individual Lego blocks, and we call those amino acids. And there's 9 of these that are absolutely essential. Now, it's only in animal proteins that you're going to find all 9 of these optimal amounts, and it's only in these animal proteins that you're going to find the most bioavailable form. What do I mean by bioavailable? What I mean is your body, when you consume it, your body can absorb and utilize more of it. So you can get amino acids and you can get protein from plant foods, but the amount that you need to eat in order to reach the levels that are necessary is far more than what most people can eat or are willing to eat in one day. But coming back to the Lego walls, right? The thing with it is that there is a constant upkeep that's necessary. So every day, think about it like this. Every day, there's pieces falling out of that Lego wall. And those pieces need to be replaced in order to keep that Lego wall intact. Now, if it stays intact, that's what keeps us healthy, lean, and strong. But if we're not providing the amount of protein that our body needs and getting the amino acids that are necessary to keep that wall intact, then what happens is that over time, it begins to break down more and more and more. And then this is when we find ourselves being 60, 70 years old, and we have this loss of function in our body. When we begin to see our health dramatically deteriorate, a lot of that comes down to muscle loss, which is also in turn affected by not consuming enough protein. Now, for those of you who are focused on building and maintaining muscle, it's important that the rate at which those bricks are going in outpaces the rate at which they are coming out. Okay, so let me repeat that. We need, as soon as that brick falls out, that brick needs to be replaced. Because if we wait too long or too much time passes and we don't get enough replacement, then what happens? We basically hit a plateau in terms of our muscle building and our strength development. And as long as you keep that rate up, that's when we're going to start seeing our muscle mass increasing. That's when we begin to see our strength increasing. Now, obviously at play here, and a really important part of that scenario is resistance training. And it's critical because with resistance training, what resistance training is it's the bricklayer. Okay, you have somebody that's got to put the bricks in place, and that's the role of resistance training. So as long as we are doing that and then providing all the bricks, the bricklayer can do its job. And what happens? We become the best version of ourselves.
I just want to reiterate what you just said because I've never heard you say it that way before. So what you're saying is we eat protein. Protein is the material. It's the brick for the wall. And as we resistance train, that's literally like having your very own mason there that's building the wall for you and keeping it intact.
That's exactly it.
Wow.
So why don't you go ahead and get into
Take a moment
the
to
training.
talk about the training component, because really the way that we train matters. Now, a lot of people have a lot of common beliefs about exercise. They think that it must be done every single day, or it requires at least 1 hour. And if you're at 59 minutes, it doesn't count or doesn't do the job. We also believe things like it has to include cardio, because how else are you going to get cardio development? It also has to include stretching. It also needs to include weight training. And time off is going to lead to lost results. Now, only one of these things is actually true, and that is that it needs to include resistance or weight training. Now, research shows the minimum effective dose to increase muscle and strength is just 3 exercises once a week. It's pretty exciting, right?
It's pretty crazy.
So cardio or aerobic conditioning is a byproduct of muscular work. Now, your heart and your lungs are going to respond to the difficulty and the duration of muscular work. A study done out of McMaster University in 2005 showed that 6 minutes of pure hard exercise once a week was as effective as 1 hour of daily moderate activity in improving all markers of cardiovascular fitness. Now, I don't know about you, but 6 minutes for me sure beats 60 minutes of doing something. Now, weight training exercises performed through a full range of motion will improve your flexibility and range of motion to the same degree as stretching and yoga. So instead of having to do the cardio and the resistance training and the stretching and the yoga, you can just do the resistance training and hit all birds with one stone.
So here's the thing. So why resistance training, right? I mean, we're harping this a lot. And the reason why we're highlighting the importance of resistance training while being somewhat dismissive, if you will, about other forms of exercise is that resistance training is the only form of exercise that can impact every aspect of fitness and as well as improve nearly every health marker by itself. All other forms of exercise, whether we're talking about yoga to improve our flexibility, cardio to improve our endurance. You know, it's great at isolating that one aspect, but though all of those other forms of exercise tend to be deficient when it comes to improving anything else. But that's not the case for resistance training. So this is not to put those things down, especially if you enjoy doing them. But it's just to come to this realization that if you're one of those individuals who's saying that my biggest impediment to getting fit is time, I don't have time. This is where we can completely break that belief. Because if we are focused on doing resistance training, then we can get all of the benefits of all the other forms of exercise that we don't have time to do. And so we love this because here you see all of these tremendous benefits. And it's some of the things that we don't ever think about. We don't think about resistance training and think that this is going to improve my cardiovascular conditioning. We don't do resistance training and think this is good for flexibility. In fact, most of us were probably taught that doing resistance exercise, training with weights is going to make us stiff or bulky. We don't think about it improving our heart health. We think that that's what cardio is for. We don't think about the impact that it has on our mental health. I think most of us do know that it helps us to look better naked. I mean, and that is the number one reason why I do it. But that is as well, what it does is it gives us a tremendous amount of confidence.
That's why I do it, by the way.
Oh, well, I know. So just to take this a step further, what happens when we're resistance training is that there are these little chemical messengers that get released by our muscles every time they're contracting, and they're called myokines. Now, here's the cool thing about myokines is that these little chemical messengers, they're telling your bones to make more bone. They tell your brain to release a chemical called BDNF, which is brain-derived neurotrophic factor. And essentially, that is what makes us feel good. It puts us in a good state of mental health. Myokines tell our fat cells to break down triglycerides, which we've heard about triglycerides, right? We get tested and to find out what our triglyceride levels are. But basically, the good news is that if we want to lower our triglycerides, one of the fastest and easiest ways to do it is to resistance train, because it's going to break down triglycerides for us. It tells our liver to metabolize glucose. So this is important for those of you who may be bordering or trending towards being insulin resistant, right? Type 2 diabetes or becoming a type 2 diabetic. Resistance training is going to help us to metabolize a lot of that glucose out of our body, out of our liver, but also our muscles become a reservoir for storing glucose as well as getting it out. So that's really important to get out of that state of being pre-diabetic or even being diabetic. It tells our gut to release GLP-1. Corey Beth, where do we keep hearing about GLP-1?
My TV keeps telling me that I should take GLP-1 shots.
GLP-1, which maybe you've heard of this or maybe you haven't. GLP-1 is the hormone that's being affected when we take things like Wegovy or Ozempic, right? So everybody's hearing about Ozempic. Why take Ozempic? Because it affects GLP-1, which then affects our appetite. But simply by resistance training, we can also get our gut to communicate and release GLP-1.
Resistance train and eat protein, and you can make your body do what Ozempic would do without any side effects.
Whoever thought? And they tell our muscles to grow and strengthen, which that might seem pretty obvious, but it's so important. And that goes into, again, it's trying to stave off muscle loss as we get older. And then there's just so many other things that we could get into. But I have really good news. And the good news is not only the gospel of Jesus Christ, but that's not what I'm going to talk about right now. What I am going to say is that the good news is getting all the benefits of myokines and every other benefit of resistance training doesn't require a whole lot, guys. It requires 2 to 3 resistance training workouts a week, simply at the right intensity and the proper volume. And by volume, I'm not talking about what's on the radio. What I'm talking about is how much you're doing in a workout, right? The total amount of exercise. But hint, if Corey Beth and I train for 30 minutes in a very controlled environment, then that probably means that you also only need to be training 30 to maybe at maximum 45 minutes, and doing that only 2 times a week in order to be able to derive all of these benefits. Now, once you have that right, then it's just simply a matter of implementing the habits to accelerate recovery, which is where we would get into a focus on sleep, hydration, stress management, and nutrition beyond just protein. So these are all the things that we will typically talk about in our Tuesday calls and what we coach you guys on individually.
Before you advance this, I just want to go back to the good news and the gospel of Jesus Christ, because I did have a conversation with a client this week. You know, she was really struggling, you know, with her fitness and her health and things that she's got going on. And I think for you right now, I just feel like I'm speaking to one person. And if that one person is here listening or on replay, you know, you may believe this isn't meant for you. You know, you can't get the results you want to get. Your body fights with you every step of the way. But what I want to encourage you with is the faith that if God himself is perfect and he is the author and creator of our human bodies, then why wouldn't you have a body designed to heal? You know, it's something that I think about a lot. And speaking with this client, she was like, I never thought about it that way. Like, I trust God and I believe in God, but I never thought that he designed my body to be perfect and to heal. It's all of the stuff that happens in our lives, whether it be stress, emotional stress, work stress, family stress, you name it. You know, and honestly, the way that we've been conditioned to eat for so long, you know, low fat diet, guess what, guys? Your brain is made up of cholesterol and fat. You need fat to think properly and to live and to function. Your hormones need cholesterol in order to function optimally. You know, so a lot of the way that our world here, the fallen world, has taught us to treat our bodies is just incorrect. And so to get back in alignment with what God created, how he created it, to eat in a path from us to the sun, you know, and not in these dark factories that are making dark, nefarious products that make us addicted and sick. I mean, that's pretty much the whole center of our supermarket. You know, it is basic stuff, but it's also having someone to hold you accountable to actually doing it. I believe that all of our bodies were designed to heal, that all of our bodies were created in divine perfection. It's just we've lost our way somewhere along the way, and we just want to help people get back on the right path and track to being the person that God designed you to be, because every single one of us is here on purpose, for a purpose, with a purpose. And when we feel overweight and sick and lethargic, we cannot achieve that purpose. So I believe we can be more purposeful together. And I do want to share, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I mean, the other aspect of it, because, you know, we need to have faith, and I do believe you're 1000% right that God has designed us to heal, but he also commands us to work. You know, he tells us that we do have to do the work. And so it's bridging that gap and understanding that when we put all of these things together, only when we put all of these things together will we begin to see all of the healing that we're looking for. And for some of you, it's not just physical healing, it's emotional healing, which this process will help you with as well. So
Well, I want to share about Justin. So Justin is a client who did put these three components, the protein-centric approach, nutrition, and habit stacking, to completely turn his health and fitness around. He reached out during a really difficult personal time, and as a former college athlete, he let himself go, and he couldn't keep drifting further and further from his goal. He knew that he needed to reclaim his health for himself, his kids, his family, his business. He went all in on our program, and in 24 short weeks, Justin dropped 60 pounds. Now, what was even cooler than his physical transformation was the confidence that he had. I mean, it was better than his college days. I mean, you could just see by the smile on his face. I mean, the guy could light up a whole room walking into it. And then Doug, you know, I think a lot of people, they sit here listening to this, they still have doubts. You know, you have doubts as to whether you could do this physically because maybe you have old injuries, some type of physical limitation. Doug is a great example. He contacted us to resolve some low back issues after physical therapy didn't fully resolve them. And he knew he needed to try something different, but he was really scared about hurting his back and permanently putting himself out of work. Now, not only did he resolve his low back issues, he actually left our gym with a new body and believed in the concept so much, he opened his own franchise, which is currently operating in Connecticut right now. So we just want to say the type of exercise you do matters. You know, Jen here, she lost 30 pounds in 24 weeks. She came for strength and fat loss, as most people do, but had a colon cancer diagnosis that took her by total surprise. Her oncologist, however, was so impressed with her strength and accredited her quick recovery to the muscle mass that she had built and her clean eating habits. Riva, on the right, was only able to train once a week. She achieved a 50-pound weight loss in just 24 weeks by following our nutrition guidance. She absolutely loved the accountability, and clearly she made some pretty massive gains.
I just want to just pause here for a moment and talk about Riva, because I think that this should be, if anything, the most encouraging thing that comes out of this conversation today. And that is, here is a woman who lost 50 pounds working out one time per week.
Mm.
And it says two things. Number one, we put way too much stock in exercise as being the key to us losing weight. And this is why so many people get stuck, because they're waiting for their exercise to produce the result that they're dreaming of. And then it doesn't. And then comes the discouragement. It points to the importance of getting your nutrition right so that you could lose the body fat, so that you lose the weight. And ultimately, the exercise becomes a way of supporting that. It's there to assist in the process, but more importantly, it's there to make you feel better, to make you feel stronger. And as you're losing that weight, to raise your metabolism so that that weight doesn't come back on so quickly. And so this is just such an important point for people to realize that if you've been saying that I can't get to the gym 5 days a week, you don't need to. You know, you just need to focus in on doing the right form of exercise, which is literally all she did, one resistance training workout a week for 30 minutes. And she focused on her nutrition as well as all of her other habits. So just do that. If nothing else, start there and see what happens.
I love this.
Yeah.
I mean, I think for you, if you've been looking for a simple and sustainable plan that does not steal hours from your day, of course, we have so many programs for you, whether in person or online, but we want you to start here. We have a free fitness personality quiz that you can take to discover the type of fitness personality you have. He's opening it up. He's so excited about it.
Drop it in the chat.
So that you can understand really where to get started. You know, we all have different fitness personalities. Some people are overdoing it. Some people, it's kind of like a hit or miss type thing. Some people just struggle to get going. And this fitness personality quiz is designed based on hundreds, if not thousands of clients that we've had come through our programs. It'll give you some personalized insights into how you can get stronger, healthier, fitter, and more confident. And you'll discover your fitness strengths with some simple, effective tips to just really elevate your routine. So go take that quiz now. It's in the chat box. And when you get to the end, be sure to select online as your location so that we can share our training app, give you guys some exercises, nutrition guidance from us. Or if you do live near one of our physical locations in New York or Connecticut, you can select it and we'll meet you in person. We guarantee one thing, and that is if you keep doing the same thing, you're going to keep getting the same result. So let's open it up for questions. We love that you guys are here with us today, and we are happy to answer any questions you have, fitness, nutrition, or mindset relational. All right, I see we gained some attendees in the last hour, so welcome you guys. You could drop your stuff in the chat box, or you might even be able to open up your mic. Can you click on, yeah.
Sorry.
Chat. There we go. All right. Our first question comes from Landon. Can we talk about the lower two abs with training? Why do you throw out the most random questions ever?
You know why? Because these are Landon issues.
Deacon will show you.
These are Landon issues. And so I could totally understand why he's throwing this out there. However,
Make this relational to everybody, because a lot of people will
Yes.
say they want to spot treat like my arms or my bum or my ab or whatever. So that's
so
helpful.
let's start with this. Number one, there's no such thing as upper abs, middle abs, or lower abs. Your abdomen is actually just one muscle, right? That goes the length of like from your sternum all the way down to your hips. I think I know why you were giving that to me.
Do you want to use that? Because I think
please.
it's important.
And what most people fail to realize when it comes to abs, everybody wants to train their abs in order to look leaner. If I train my abs, I'm gonna have a six pack. Your abs are literally like that thick. That's it, guys. They're not very thick. In terms of a muscle, it's a muscle that is maybe about, a half inch to 3/4 of an inch in thickness. So we're putting all this focus on working this muscle that's not very big. And I'm going to be honest with you. If you're a person who trains their abs frequently, you probably got pretty strong and well-developed abs. However, chances are you have body fat that is simply covering them up. And that speaks also to the, again, quote, lower portion of your abs. It's not that you have to do anything special to work that part of your abdominal. It's that we always have to strip away enough body fat to simply see what is there. And if we're successful in doing that via nutrition, then we will be successful in revealing that six pack that we're looking for.
So good. Because everybody wants it, but yeah, it's usually the last muscle to become visible.
Well, and that is probably the biggest challenge with this is maybe some of you have gone the route of losing body fat in the past and you got pretty lean. And just as you were really impressed with maybe seeing the definition in your shoulders, your thighs are coming in a little bit better, right? You lost some fillets, maybe you lost some weight around the hips, and everything's starting to come together. And then somebody says to you, ooh, you're starting to look skinny. And then you decide that this isn't for me, I should stop, or I'm getting too thin. But you want the six pack, right? You want those abs. However, the thing is that there's a gap between where you are right now and what you want. And in that gap is some of the things that you're not going to like. You're not going to like that you do need to get leaner. You're not going to like that you do have to keep pushing it to the point where people may say to you, oh, you're getting too thin. And that's okay. Because ultimately, once you strip that body fat away and those abs are revealed, you could let yourself come back up a little bit and still enjoy that.
So you're
six-pack
saying I could do
abs.
1,000 sit-ups a day and it's not going to make me get abs.
Means nothing.
Encouraging, discouraging, but I think that's the real, and we always keep it real,
Yep.
no fluff. Doug is asking about antibiotics, side effects. Are they safe? The two things I'll say on antibiotics are, listen, we have technology and medical wisdom for a reason. Also, I do think that sometimes we jump too quick to an antibiotic when there's things that we could do preventatively or even before we have to take an antibiotic. The biggest thing with antibiotics is they're non-discriminatory in that once you take them, they will go in and decimate your gut health. And it can take upwards of 1 full year for your gut to repopulate the bacteria and the colonies that live there. So have I taken antibiotics? Yes, Doug, I have. Have we watched our son take amoxicillin, penicillin, and not realize he was allergic and get a full body rash? Yes, we have. I got a rash too. I just had a reaction to antibiotics I took for an ear infection. I don't even remember what it was, but I called and they were like, "Oh, stop taking it." I'm like, I think it's like when necessary, it is what it is. And then you can do things to repopulate gut bacteria through pre, pro, phyto, and postbiotics. I think we're actually partnered with a really great gut supplement line that we've been using now for 8 years. Fantastic. But yeah, it's sometimes you need to do it and you do it because you don't want an infection to spread. I would just say I always try to use it as the last resort. Oregano oil actually can be very effective.
And you know what? Also to this point, even though we know that antibiotics can cause this damage to our gut, that is usually like a very isolated and infrequent thing. I mean, nobody is taking antibiotics on a regular basis. However, what most people are doing to destroy their gut is actually happening on a daily basis.
It's a great point.
And what I'm speaking specifically to are the foods that you're choosing to eat. If we are eating a lot of ultra processed foods, most of your foods come from a package. If most of your foods are made in a restaurant or a deli, if a lot of your foods contain lots of seed oils, vegetable oils, or that's what it's cooked in, that is doing more to destroy our gut
Mm.
than the occasional once every few years I have to take an antibiotic because of this unfortunate sickness or illness that's taken place. We need to put more focus and emphasis, especially with our gut health, into what we're doing on a daily basis.
Yeah, so Doug just shared that he was prescribed the amoxicillin after a root canal, standard procedure. You know, they don't want any infections in your tooth. Side effect was diarrhea. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, you know, it's your gut. So you may even feel not so good. I mean, our gut and our brain are connected through our vagus nerve. And so, you know, having loose bowels down there, it may make you feel fatigued, sad, you know, I say depressive feelings. You're not depressed, but you know, feelings of just not feeling so great. So I would totally recommend replenishing with good healthy foods, gut promoting foods, animal proteins and things through that process. And if you can take a probiotic, just space it out 12 hours. I'm not a doctor. I'm not telling you what to do, but what I personally do is my, you know, amoxicillin and 12 hours later, a probiotic, just, you know, so they don't counteract, but keeping them there. All right. A question came in from Landon. Mike, how do you feel about holding positions for a period of time in comparison to doing reps, even if they're slow? If it's different, it is different if the focus building muscle, is the focus different if it's building muscle instead of losing weight?
Yeah, here's what it comes down to for, for those who are wondering what this means, Landon is speaking specifically to static holds, meaning like we do an exercise and we just decide that we're going to sit here in this particular position. What's important to understand is that when we're doing any type of resistance exercise, your muscles are responding to the challenge. And your muscles only know to do one thing, which is to contract, right? And they know that there's these electrical signals that are being sent to your muscles telling them, hey, muscle fibers, start firing, right? And as exercise becomes a challenge, whether you're doing your reps fast or slow, like in many ways, it doesn't matter that much. And if we come to a point at which we're doing a static hold, your muscle fibers are firing. It's a good thing. Does it contribute more to building muscle? No. Does it contribute less? Not really. We know that ultimately we do need to move through a range of motion in order to get the muscles pumping and getting blood and glucose, being pumped through them and out of it. But doing a static hold is great occasionally, but it's nothing that I would personally focus on. I do know people that do, and we actually implement static holds in our programs, but it's more for a change of pace. And if, let's just say, you are trying to build your strength in a particular range of motion, but you're having a hard time like getting over that hump, then static holds could be something good to implement to build that strength so that you could focus on that part of the range of motion. But static holds are neither, beneficial or detrimental to building muscle and strength, or having an impact at all on fat loss.
So good.
Wow. See, guys, that's the thing. You gotta throw in the chats in the question. Like I try to make sure that if it's possible to not knock Mike off his game, that I'm gonna be the one to do it. But I'm telling you right now, it's not. And he just knows everything. Okay, and I mean, maybe he doesn't know everything. Obviously, he's human, but like everything I ask, he always has an answer for. So I get pretty
Hey,
creative.
Landon. Me too. You gotta try living with him. It's very difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that it's so interesting because at the end of the day, we complicate all these different things, and sometimes, like, should I hold, should I do plank or should I do sit-ups? Like, well, either one, like, is the same thing, right? But we never get a chance to know that. And for most of us on the call, our only exposure to this stuff is like Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, all these different things. And, you can't really engage and ask those questions there. And so you guys, as being a part of this group, you got to take advantage of those Tuesday calls, do the test. I did the test. I forget. I think I called me a part-timer. I was like, excuse
I
me?
think you did get a part-timer.
Part-timer? I'm like, okay. All right. I see how this is. I'm like trying to like change my answers, I get this message from Corey Bath saying, "Hey, thanks for taking the quiz. You suck, but you don't have to." No, it's great. But on Tuesdays you be able to engage with them. Like I just asked two great questions there, and one of them, like, is it different if the focus is on building muscle instead of losing weight? And Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like if you do one, you'll do the other.
Yeah, it really doesn't make a difference at all. Like, I think we just need to take a more simplistic approach sometimes to this and realize that, resistance training specifically, it serves a function. And that function is help me build more strength, help me build more muscle, help me be more functional and have better conditioning. And you're going to cover all of those things if you are resistance training. And it goes back to what we were saying earlier. It covers so many things that if you're only focused on one, but you used resistance training as your vehicle to work on that one thing, you're going to get this plethora of other benefits that you could not have even imagined. And that is the beauty of it.
I would be remiss too if we left here without shouting out a couple of the people here I see as attendees that are just so consistent, showing up for those Tuesday calls, watching them put some things into implementing them. And I'm not going to call people out by like, you were struggling with sugar and now you're not. But I will say, like, huge shout out to Lenny's. Love having her on. Hagen, so consistently on. We get pop-ins from Hamid here and there. But it really is anybody else.
Cal, Steve.
Yes, you guys, so consistent.
Yeah.
So consistent. We love it. And next week we will be on Tuesday and we're going to be talking about how to handle Thanksgiving. So if that's something that tends to be like a little thorn in your side, we're going to talk about what we do. I mean, personally, we've totally transformed our entire family in that they now buy ribeyes for Thanksgiving. We don't even do turkey anymore. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Show up at our house, you'll be eating really good.
Yeah, no kidding. Hey, we don't have any family in New York, and so what we could really use is just have some ribeyes.
Hey,
Landon, we'll talk offline. We'd love to have you.
Yeah, no, we're gonna be traveling. So we had two questions, one private question before you guys hop off, and one public question. Keon said, "Is prime rib okay?"
Awesome, love it, Keon.
absolutely.
Just kidding. Hello. All right, nice. Thanks.
It's like, I
Keon.
know it is.
He said, I just needed the validation from the professionals. The other question, you guys talk a lot about resistance training, right? And the question was like, what if I don't have access to resistance training? Like I'm traveling, or I don't have a gym, or I don't have access to a gym, or, I don't have the machines or someone to work through. Or like, how would you do resistance training? And does the same principle of the 30 minutes, do all the same things apply? And like, how do you do that if you don't have like a gym or weights?
I would say first that person is more normal than they realize. I think a lot of people actually fall into that category. We don't have the perfect, show up to my gym and do my 30 minutes and leave. Life happens, even if you do have that gym, that is a very normal circumstance. And the short answer is yes, we can help with that. For us, we created the online platform during COVID when people weren't going to the gym. They didn't have access to gym equipment. And really what it showed them as well as us is you could be incredibly successful with just general things in your house, your hotel room, your office room. If you have a chair, if you have a floor, which 99.9% of time, like you'll have both of those things, if not one. If you have a towel, we've done workouts in Panama with a whole group of people where like we didn't have weights, for 100 people. We used towels. We've done them on the lawn of the Ritz in California with towels. You can be really creative, and our online platform actually gives you that accessibility. All the workouts are on demand. You could take us with you wherever you go so that you can literally work out anywhere, anytime with what you have. And the neat thing about it not being like a YouTube video, or no shade on Beachbody, but a lot of people just keep doing the same video that they like again and again and again. Like there's actually an ascension in there. There's different styles in there. And if you have a question, there's a coach on the other end that's like, hey, you don't have this, use this instead. So the answer is yes. And I think that's a lot of people's situation, especially today.
So people, and guys, I mean, I got to clarify just for everyone on the audience and watching this recording. Okay. Like again, been around fitness people a long time. So you guys have an app that has the videos. That's great. That helps, puts plan in place. But if I need to reach out and send a message like what we were doing here, I can get a coach to answer any of my questions in the app.
Correct.
Like, is that not the craziest thing? So that, I think it's fantastic. And look, I know we're running out of time here. We got Grandmaster Paul Malala coming on, but next Tuesday, learning about Thanksgiving, and honestly, guys, I want to get on that Tuesday call just so I can ask them to show us the towel workout. Like if I could know how to work out with a towel, I mean, dude, like that's a party trick right there. So
Party trick.
like, hey, did you guys know you could get a body like mine with a towel like this?
Love it. Well,
So-
thank you so very much for having us. We definitely want to take any of Paul's time, but wishing you guys a great week, and we look forward to seeing you on the call next Tuesday.
Thank you, Mike and Corey Beth. You guys are amazing, and we look forward to seeing you guys soon. Have a fantastic weekend.
Thanks. Bye-bye, guys.
Thank you so much. All right, we got our 1 o'clock special. I feel like we should play the ending credits from the movie Star Wars because of how much this guy embodies those principles. But unfortunately, Paul, I'm not tech savvy enough to give you a theatrical and musical introduction, so my voice is just gonna have to do. You guys have most people on the call have met Paul Malala. There's some newer people on the call that have not. And there's going to be some people watching this recording that have not met Paul Malala. So I'm going to try to do his introduction justice. But Paul Malala is an important person. He's made an impact on Nick, who spoke this morning, as you guys saw. He's helped coach Nick, train Nick. He's helped coach Nick's son, train Nick's son. He's helped coach me. He's helped coach hundreds of financial advisors. He's helped coach people all in all industries as well. Okay. Now, Paul, he has 3 voices that he talks about, and being around him, I understand those 3 voices. And 2 of them in particular, I really respect. And 2 of his voices are Grandmaster Malala. So we talk about Grandmaster Paul Malala. What is a Grandmaster? I'll let Paul explain specifically what that is because I don't really know. But what it means to me is a Grandmaster is someone who has a lot of degrees of black belts, who can teach people how to perform at a high level, and who performs at a high level themselves, specifically to the Taekwondo and martial arts space. But then Paul has another voice that he talks about. And this voice is called Coach Paul. And we talk about Coach Paul, and everyone refers to him as Coach Paul. It's like a title, like nobody goes up to Bill Belichick and says, "Hey, Bill, how you doing?" It's like Coach Belichick, Coach Bill, or just Coach, right? And if I were to embody Paul with 2 words, I would say Coach, number 1, and Grandmaster, number 2. Those would be the 2 words I would embody, I would use to describe him. And what that means is, and as you'll see on this call, as we go through, I'm going to ask Paul some different questions. He has no idea what I'm going to ask him. And I'm going to put him on the spot because there's something real and authentic when I can just get what's natural from him and deliver it to you guys. But what you're going to find out is he is very, how do we say this? Aggressive, passionate, and in control. He's passionate and in control. And so I just want to find a way to take a few ideas, a few pieces of his wealth of knowledge, and I want him to deliver it in a way that inspires you guys to take action and improve the quality of your life. Nick and me both have personally been transformed by this guy, and I promise you that if you listen over the next hour, you will have a positive shift in your life. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. So with that, Paul, well, first of all, welcome.
Well, thank you for the beautiful introduction, Mr. Landon.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. Paul is an efficient human being. He goes from coaching call to coaching call, and he takes the time to put on a suit just for us. Normally, like I was talking about with Mike earlier, Paul is that guy that'll just wear his suit, his birthday suit, not entirely, and walk around town just coaching people, impacting lives. He lives in South Carolina. He's got the suntan. He's got the muscles, the whole bit. and he literally lives like most guys' fantasy of a dream life. So, but thank you for taking the time, getting all suited up, ready to present to us today. We really appreciate and honor you, and I look forward to our session today.
Thank you. I'm just a vehicle, my friend. God has given me the ability to speak and hopefully persuade and inspire. And I'm just a vehicle. That's all I am, to help inspire.
Well, a vehicle we fully intend on taking advantage of today. So the first question I want to start you with today is, can you explain to me what a Grandmaster is? Because I have an idea of what it is, but I don't want to do you injustice.
It is a title. It is a title in the martial arts. Before COVID, those who know Coach Chris or Grandmaster Chris Burlow, we both had the distinct honor to go out to Korea and test for our 7th degree black belts and certify for, it's a Grandmaster level, right, in the martial arts. You know, so I like to humbly say that, there are people that will become black belts in 2nd degree and 3rd degree, 4th degree, 5th degree, 6th degree, 7th degree, so on and so forth. And there are people that get in our organization, we certified people for their training instructor, senior instructor, master instructor, grandmaster. Becoming a grandmaster doesn't, in my humble opinion, doesn't mean that you just know the physical parts of martial arts and the curriculum, and let alone, I'm 50 years old now. I've been doing martial arts since I was 7. I'm retired from the martial art industry and retired from teaching. And, but from our teacher, our Master Kim, what is a grandmaster? A grandmaster is somebody that keeps the rule even though there are no rules for them. I'm going to say that again. A grandmaster is somebody that keeps the rule even though there's no rules for them, right? So when you're at a certain level in business or in life or in martial arts, I do believe everyone should have one of five things. I talk about this frequently. Is we all should have mentors in our life. We had discussions about this in the past.
Yep.
We all should have a pay it forward mentality where we're paying it forward. That mentor is going to, share his or her, let's say in your business, share his or her process to you. Like Nick Palumbo was a mentor for you. He shared with you a certain process that he does, or he did in the financial services industry that made him successful, right? And then I like to think at some point, right, Landon, you're going to take that process and you should pay it forward at some point, whether it's a protege, a junior advisor, a mentee, whatever. The third thing is, you heard me say this, you should surround yourself with like-minded friends or peer groups socially. So Gina, my wife Gina, and I, we are very adamant on surrounding ourselves with other couples that are very like-minded, and in our faith, in our fitness, and how we operate to help each other, hold each other accountable, just as human beings, right? Because you'll become a combination of the 5 people that you surround yourself with, good or bad. The fourth thing is, you got to be in a study group or a mastermind. I think in every industry, you got to surround yourself with people that are high achievers, that keep you uncomfortable, keep you innovating, keep you accountable to kind of grow and share and push each other. And you got to have a coach. And we, at one point, we had said, as a coach is somebody that you're paying to listen to almost like to challenge you, right? And to push you outside or inside your industry. But when I talk about a grandmaster, I believe there's a Malcolm Gladwell wrote a book. I think it's Tipping Point. He talks about 10,000 hours, right? Before you've, let's say, mastered something, right? You put those hours in, and then some people get to a point where, oh, I'm a master in my industry, or I'm a master in martial. No. A master is somebody that keeps their rule even though they don't have the rule. Like, no one's hovering over me to, get me up at 4:40 a.m. and do my morning routine and do my morning ritual. No one's hovering over me to drink my hydrogenized water or to get my workouts in, and this is somebody that's constantly doing the habits that make him or her better each day. So yes, a grandmaster means a long answer to your question is a 7th degree black belt doing martial arts since 1982. But on the surface, I like to think it's much bigger than that, right? It's a way of life, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So Paul, you and I are very similar in this way. We're not big fluff guys. I like to, especially when you're around other authentic people, I like to get to the core. I like to get some emotion, and I love to just like light a fuse on your spark, because I think it's very beneficial to everyone around us when we do that. So Paul, two questions, both are about to get really deep. So just kind of brace yourself for that. All right. First question. What's the biggest challenge you've had to overcome in your life? Number one. And then number two, after you tell us that challenge, walk us through how you overcame it. And then we'll go from there. But then I want to talk a little bit of how that applies to other people. But for starters, what's the biggest obstacle you've overcome? Because people would look at you and they'd say, you're a successful guy and you have a good life. And I would agree with them. You're a successful guy and you have a good life. You've got the 4 tires inflated. You're aware, you're doing the things you need to do. So to many standards, you have a successful life at this current point. But what was the biggest challenge you had to overcome in order to get there?
It's a great question. It's a difficult question. As you ask me that, there are a whole bunch of different things that float in and out of my mind throughout my lifetime. I've been fortunate enough to have like some of the core people and families still in my life, right? Right. I've lost a childhood best friend. I've lost grandparents. But I'm very grateful and fortunate that, I have my parents still, thank God, alive in their mid-70s, my in-laws, my family, all these things. So I literally just had a client that I've been coaching since college. He's 28, 29 years old, and he's in the real estate business. And his dad was 2 years older than me, 52 years old, died of stomach cancer 4 weeks ago. Man, that's probably the hardest thing that he had experienced in his life. If you read our book, You Have Infinite Power, you probably read stories about Nick Palumbo losing his firstborn, in his wife Linda's arms, right? Umbilical cord gets stuck around his neck. Dude, that's devastating, right?
Yeah.
I can't even process. And I'm grateful I don't have a story that way. I've been bullied, I've been arrested, I've been, had obstacles and challenges. But if I'm asking that question currently right now, fresh in my mind, the hardest challenge I had in my life was in 2019, 2020, when COVID hit, and all my businesses at the time, martial art businesses, were literally shut down. And so it was basically shut your businesses down. And I thought 2 weeks was going to be devastating, right? It was forced shut down. That was out of my control, literally out of my control. Now, those who are watching this, I don't know if you resonate with anything I say, or, you can accept or reject anything always, but I can only speak from my experience. There's a lot of things that I believe I have control over, right? And I want to be in control. A couple things that I don't have control over. I don't have control over my height. I don't have control over my skin color. I have control of how my actions, my activity. I believe I have control over my fitness. I have control over my income. At one point, I thought I had control over my businesses, but guess what? It may not be a lot of money, but we were losing about $150,000 a month, maybe a little more. So I lost quickly, over $1 million in less than 5 months. And that was a lot. That's a lot of money for me, right? I don't know how relative it is. I was speaking to some other people, and it's maybe not as relative. Big a friend of mine, Betros Koulian, who was the founder of Fit Body Body Boot Camp, he told me how much he was losing, and I was like, okay, that's a little relative, right? So, but at that point in my life, I thought I was doing pretty well in my mid 40s, right? I'm 50 now. So that was what, 4 years ago, roughly, right? 3, 4 years ago. I just ironically sold our home. We thought we were purchasing a home closer to one of my offices. I have 2 kids at the time, and we were going to move into my in-laws house for about a week or two temporarily until we're going to move into this new house. And we sold our house on March 17th in 2020. On March 16th, Governor Cuomo in the state of New York shut everything down, like most of the planet, right? Everyone's got a story. But, in that particular point in time, I thought we were getting out of a debacle. Like, oh my goodness, we sold our house. And I didn't sell it for like what probably it was worth or what I could have sold it for a couple of weeks later if I held on to that house, because all the people from Manhattan were literally moving up to our demographic. At the time, we lived about 50 miles north of Manhattan. So a lot of city folks were moving up to our upper Westchester, Putnam area and purchasing homes out of fear. And they were purchasing homes 100, 200, 300 over asking price, and they were paying cash. So no banks were involved. And here I was, like, I lost 1 house, 2 house, 3 house, 4 house, and we moved into my in-laws house. I'm literally in a bedroom that my wife grew up in. 2 kids, 2 cats, 40-something years old, business shut, and I was having panic attacks, literally panic attacks. I felt like I was in the twilight zone, right? And in New York, it was way different than most other places. I live in South Carolina, and completely different environment. And I know that because I came down here during COVID, and it was completely different. It was like not even comparison. So to answer your question, that was the biggest challenge I experienced at that age, being not in control of all the money, of the business being shut down, of the house, losing house after house, and watching my kids, especially my son, on Zoom, gaining weight, failing Zoom, discouraged no sports, and business were shut, and no gyms were open, and I had to like train outside, making stuff happen. And I was playing victim 100% in that time period. I call it, I dug myself into a pit. What was I doing? And in our book, we call it the levels of awareness, right? The lowest level of awareness is what we call animalistic survival mode, right? And the highest level is disassociation, or we call enlightenment, right? Now, I can take a look, and when I do fly up to New York, I can enter the city of New York, of Manhattan, and you're seeing people on the sides of the street. They're homeless. They're looking for a place to eat, a place to sleep, get something, to use somewhere, or use the restroom. Shit, I was watching people in Grand Central using a bucket to go to the bathroom. That's a true story. That's not fake. That's real.
Well, been there, yeah.
It was unbelievable, right? And they're at the lowest level of awareness. Like, that's like an animal, like caveman shit. But you know what? It's also Q4 right now, and I bet you there's a lot of advisors right now wanting to hit club levels, like their goals, their quotas, and they're going to get in survival mode because they want to do certain things to make a sale, right? And I see it happen all the time. But at that moment, I was in survival mode. I wasn't sure if tenants were going to pay rent on my buildings. I have my own commercial property. My businesses were shut down from a revenue and cash flow standpoint. I didn't want to tap into any whole life cash value or any other, savings, just because the revenue, everything was shut. And with the first thing I was thinking is like, holy shit, how am I going to make this happen? How are we going to survive? Right. The level 2 is awareness is the masses, right? And I truly believe that 80 to 90% of humans live in the masses. You know, it's like what most people think, you know, like I want to do the opposite, but guess what? I fell into the masses. My partner Chris is like, you know, I was like venting to him. I was complaining to him, right? And I'll tell you, I love Coach Chris because he is super just, you know, like always positive, always, you know, for the most part centered. I know certain things can press his buttons after 42 years of friendship, but for the most part, he's pretty centered. And he's like, well, what are you doing? I was watching the news. I was listening to fear of other people across the country and across the world. I wasn't meditating. I wasn't properly priming myself. I wasn't staying and reading my empowering statements. I wasn't back in the Bible. I wasn't reading Think and Grow Rich. I wasn't doing my daily habits of priming that kept me so strong for so many years, right? It's like an atrophy of the mind. You know, you had referred to me, you know, yes, I like to think I'm in fitness, that's a big part of my life, and I can work out and I can eat clean and I could be in the peak performance from a fitness perspective. But once I stop eating well, drinking alcohol, not training, in a matter of like a couple days, there'll be atrophy of my body, and you can see my body start transforming for the worst. Well, what about your mind? Your mind is the most powerful muscle you have. Do you know how fast it is to go into atrophy mode, to go dig yourself in a pit when something bad happens and you spiral down and a case lapses, or someone says a no, something bad happens, you know, and you have that negative compounding effect. And that's what it did for me. And I wasn't in control. And that's what got me angry. But you know what I was in control of the whole time? Here. I was in control of how I was thinking, how I was feeling, how I was reacting or responding to those outside circumstances that I had no control over, right? I just no control over, right? And so someone asked me, well, what did you do? Well, one of the first things I did is I create what I call gratitude stacks. And this sounds really hokey. So anyone that reads our book, You Have Infinite Power, and knows our transformation process, there's a letter A, not the awareness chapter, but the attitude chapter. And throughout all the people I've ever studied over the past 30 years, everyone, all the influence that I studied, always talk about attitude of gratitude and, you know, be grateful. And I honestly, I'm like, I thought it was a bunch of hocus pocus bullshit. I really did. I knew it should be a part of our content. Every person that I study teaches it, and, you know, writing a gratitude journal, blah, blah, blah. And honestly, I tell my clients now, gratitude's what saved my life. I could probably be divorced. I could probably be an alcoholic. I could probably be out of shape. I could have probably threw in the towel and given up, you know, and I felt horrible because here I was, I did not keep the main thing the main thing. The main thing is my family. The main thing is providing value for my clients. The main thing is my worthy ideal philosophy. My main thing is being a vehicle for my high power. I choose to say God. You can say whatever the hell you want. And here I am. I have a beautiful wife, healthy children. Yes, my kid, my son, for sure, my son Pierce at the time was a little bit of a state of depression. But you know what? My negative energy rubbed off on my family. They felt my anxiety. I brought it home. Shame on me. I brought that home to them. It's contagious, by the way. You come on, you all feel it. Whether it's you giving it to your team, giving it to your clients, giving it to your wife, your kids, your husband, your spouse, that was my fault. That was on me. I was not being a leader, And here I was. I had to start off with gratitude stacks. What am I most grateful for? I know it sounds so hokey, but this is the truth. You're asking me a question. This is the truth. That was one of the hardest times of my life. Panic attacks, feeling I shouldn't be in this situation. I thought I was in a twilight zone, and in my in-laws' house, 2 kids, business shut down, literally waking up can breathe. And then I
Mm.
stop and I say, look how ungrateful you are. Look at this wife. You got your parents, your siblings, your children. There's a roof over your head. There's food on the table. And there's some people don't have any of that. It's like first world problems. You know what I mean? Gina and I went out to Fiji one time to a Tony Robbins event. We actually helped build like you want to call it a church. It wasn't a church. It was like a fort in the village. People walk around with no shoes on in the island of Fiji. No shoes. How many shoes you got in your closet, Landon? You and Joe. How many shoes you got? You know what I mean?
Probably like 20 pairs of shoes.
These
between
people have shoes. You know what I mean? They were just grateful that we're help kind of building like this shack in the middle of the woods so they can pray to God, right? It's like, how ungrateful are we, right?
They were probably happy too.
And they were so happy. So I start off with gratitude stacks. That's what I started to do. I really started finding the things that were blessings in disguise. Because I'm a parent, right? So obviously, I have a daughter 18, my son 16. Imagine being a parent and providing something to your family, like a gift, right? You're doing something nice for them. You're giving them gifts. You're giving them gifts, and your child doesn't show any form of gratitude or appreciation for that gift. As a parent, are you like inspired to give more? No, you're not going to give more because they're not even grateful for what they currently have. So if I'm not grateful for those small things, which are the main things, by the way, right? I was upset about the outside things, the house, the money, the income, the business, all the stuff. I can't take that shit with me. That's not the main thing, right? So then all of a sudden I'm literally blocking the form of abundance into my life because I was ungrateful, right?
Believe that?
What's that?
Do you believe that your resistance of being ungrateful and like your
100%.
do you believe
Yeah.
that like had an effect on you not
It's
being
literally like
with
you're in the
relationships?
wrong frequency, man. You're in the wrong you're in the wrong channel. You know what I mean? You're in the
Mhm.
wrong vibrational frequency. I was living in the state of anger, frustration, and regret and blame. I was playing victim.
Mm.
Once I stopped and said, this is my fault. Was it really externally? Did I force my business shut down? No, but I'm in control of how I'm reacting and responding. I'm in control of what my kids feel, what my kids see, how I respond, right? And I had to get back to being grateful. So I start off with gratitude stacks. I stacked as much things I was grateful for until I couldn't think of anything else. Like the littlest things. I make a joke. There's one client I had as we went on through this one form of exercise to break his emotional state, right? And we started doing this exercise. I thought he was joking. He goes, yo, coach, I'm just really grateful I can urinate. And I almost spit out my water. I'm like, what? He goes, no, I'm not kidding. I'm like, no, seriously, because you have to tell me why, because I never heard that before. He was, I had kidney stones in the last week.
Yeah.
Now, I never had a kidney stone, but from what he told me, it's like worse than giving birth, right? Like I don't even know what that's like. But for a male, right, coming out that wrong hole, right? And I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. Do you realize, like, after you said that, like every time I go to the bathroom, like, thank you for allowing me to urinate. You know what I mean? Like, thank you,
I'm
Jesus.
grateful I can pee. I'm
Thank
grateful
you,
I
I
can
can
pee.
pee. Like, come on. Every time I come on, when you eat food, do you say a prayer every time you eat? I do, right? For food, people neglect food. People neglect the home. People neglect their health, right? The ability to urinate, to see. So little things like that, right? You take it for granted. You really do. The second thing that I do is I stack things that I love and then people that love me. I can get teary-eyed just thinking about it. If I asked you that question, right? It's the power of questioning. Landon, who do you love? What do you love? Who loves you? You know what I mean? And you start stacking the gratitude stacks, the love stacks, man, you change your channel. You change your channel. You can't, it's hard to think about the problem when you're coming from that focus, man. You know, I'm just sharing you things that I did, right? From that state, I got clear because I call it getting clouded, right? When you can't see, because you're clouded. What are you clouded? You're clouded of anger. You're clouded of of anxiety. You're clouded of uncertainty and doubt. When it's clouded, you can't fucking see. Then you can't see what you want. And then what happens is when you're in that emotional state, you know what we all do? We see it worse than it is. And that's exactly what I was doing. I was so angry. I was seeing the future worse than it was, right? Literally worse than it was, which even caused me more anxiety. So when I started with the gratitude stacks, and this is easy to do, we can all do this. It's not hard, right? It shouldn't be. And if it is, you got a problem. You really got a problem. Then I started the loving stacks. From there, I got clear, right? And then what I did was the third thing that I do is it's in neurolinguistic programming. It's a strategy where I anchor past moments in my life that were wins. And in this case, past moments in my life where I overcame adversity, where there was a bad situation that turned into a good situation. And now at 50 years old, I can honestly tell you some of the hardest times in my life were really gifts in disguise. You know, me being bullied, horrible at 7 years old. I mean, my bully, Tommy Gonzalez, shot me with a BB gun, pummeled at my face, spit in my face when he had me bleeding, peed on me while we were playing manhunt. Imagine being a little kid going up to your dad and telling your dad that someone peed on you. Like, are you kidding me? It was horrible. Like at 7, I thought it was horrible. It was a horrible time. But if I didn't get bullied, I would have never taken martial arts. I wouldn't have been where I was, right? If I didn't get arrested at 17, 18 for hanging out with the wrong group of kids, I wouldn't have pivoted and did a 180 in my life. And then literally at 20, 21 years old, open up a business when most 21-year-olds or 20-year-olds were doing dumb shit. Like I did a 180. If COVID didn't happen, my family and I wouldn't be here in Charleston, South Carolina, right? My kids wouldn't be having the experience of life that they have, right? All obstacles, you know, like we've experienced turn into opportunities if you're willing to see it. I wasn't able to see the opportunity because I was too clouded. So to break your patterns of behavior, you need to have gratitude stacks, love stacks, and then do past reflection wins. Stack your wins and anchoring past experiences where you either won or you overcame adversity or where that obstacle turned into a positive. Once I was able to kind of clear out the darkness, then I asked myself, all right, Paul, what do you want? And the challenge is you got to see it better than it is. And a lot of people see it worse than it is. And once you see it better than it is, you have to expect it. Gratitude, right, clears out the darkness, right? Love clears out the darkness. And then you have to have clarity on what you want. And then from the clarity, you need to anchor that visualization or that outcome until you feel it. And the only way I can describe it is when you describe my life, I envisioned for a year and a half walking outside this area. I'm on coaching calls in shorts with no shirt on, looking at palm trees and just doing what I want. And I visualized this lifestyle about a year to a year and a half before. I took a year to build our home right down here. But while I was in the shit of New York and COVID and the lockdowns for a year, I visualized and I woke up excited. I woke up excited because I would visualize the things that I wanted to manifest and I expected them to happen, right? And that's the other thing that you have to focus in on. You're focused on gratitude, you get excited for what you want, and then you have to expect it. The only way I can describe this is if you ever ordered something on Amazon, let's say, or online, you place the order and then I like to think that you're super excited because you believe it's going to arrive, right? Did it arrive yet? No, but you're already feeling the feelings of having that, whatever it is that you ordered before it arrived. Does that make sense? So you have to expect that the God or the universe is going to, you place an order into the universal Amazon account and it's going to arrive for you.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But also sometimes, like, conceptually, it makes sense. It sounds good, but when you're in the mud, it's not as easy as that. You know, it might, like, for a lot of people, especially if you've been in the mud for a long time. Because there's people that on this call that make millions of dollars a year, and there's people on this call that are debating whether or not they should be in the business. There's people watching this recording like, hey, I wanted to be in this coaching. It's kind of like a last-ditch effort. So maybe you've been going through personal, business, whatever the challenge is, but you've been in that mud or that like tough spot for a long time. And so you hear a guy like Paul who's like, yeah, I overcame it, and this is what I did. And, you know, you got to think about these, change your mind, and then you can have these other opportunities, and it'll all come together for you. But it's hard to believe that in your mind when you haven't had the evidence or you haven't had those things. So when you're coaching people, which I'm sure you've had this over 15 years, or when you were coaching children or people that maybe don't have the extensive experience of wins, when they're like, yeah, when they're struggling to have that belief and to take action with that conviction, knowing that it's going to arrive, because that's the big thing. You have the belief, but the belief doesn't do anything unless you have the action, but the action doesn't do anything unless you have belief in the action. Like if you're going to punch somebody, but you're not certain you're going to hit them, they're not going to feel anything. But if you punch them as if you're punching through them with conviction and commitment, when that punch lands, it's going to do something. But so we understand that concept, but it is sometimes people, when you've been in that rut for a long time, getting out of that, changing that mindset, it almost sounds too simple. If I write out 3 things I'm grateful for, 3 people that love me, and then write down the 1 or 2 things that I want. My question to formulate this, number 1, is it that simple? Number 2, what's your advice to people that are saying like, okay, even if I get to that point, I still have a hard time believing it because it just doesn't feel real or it doesn't feel possible. So how can I believe that it's
well, that's
gonna
a
be
great
possible if I don't
question.
believe it's possible?
So first thing you have to do is you got to trust the process, right? One of my mentors I trained under, it's funny, I think Keon sent a video just over the weekend. I trained with this gentleman, T. Harv Eker. And T. Harv Eker wrote a book called Secrets of a Millionaire Mind. And I did a lot of courses with him. I was in Thailand with him privately. And, you know, he used the analogy, and I use it too, because I trained under him, of the tree of life. And I use this diagram still to this day when I do workshops, right? A lot of people, you have to learn about the law of gestation. There's a seed that you're going to plant in your business. There's a seed that you're going to plant in your fitness. There's a seed that you're going to plant in your intimate relationships. There's a seed you're going to plant around your family, right? And yeah, thank you, Keon, right? And you know, T. Harv's curriculum is very similar to You Have Infinite Power, just more on your money blueprint, right? Very similar, you know, curriculum. It's just about paradigms around money, right? And going back is, you know, you're planting a seed. And I think I used this analogy once, and my son, he's like 16, 17 now, but when he was in kindergarten, and I'm sure you all probably experienced at one point, he came home with a plastic cup of dirt. Okay. Just understand how this works. Now, I know what it is because we all did the project. Okay. And here's my son, Daddy, look what I got. I have a plant. And I'm messing with him. I go, no, you don't, Pierce. It looks like a cup of dirt. He goes, no, Daddy, it's a plant. I put a seed in it and it's going to grow. And I go, really, Pierce? Well, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Daddy, no. Well, what do you got to do, Pierce? And I'm messing with him, right? And he said, Daddy, I got to, you know, give it water and sunlight. And how long does that plant take? Right? Here's the thing is most people don't even know what seeds to plant. They don't have clarity. This is my experience. They just don't know what the hell they want. They don't have a specific GPS address in their mental GPS. You got to know exactly what seed you want to plant. But you plant that seed, even if you plant the seed, and it's, my wife we got something and it was in the wrong spot. It wasn't getting enough sunlight. It wasn't enough water. She had to like take it out and replant it. And there was this one plant that we still have for months. It wasn't doing anything. Like I thought it was bullshit. I thought it was dead out of nowhere. It's like a bamboo. You know what a bamboo does? The bamboo, you plant the bamboo, it goes down first into the ground. You know this? You should Google it. Google on how a bamboo plant grows. It grows, and it builds all this, this foundation with the roots, and then it skyrockets. We had them in our old pond in New York, right? It was like crazy, but you got to plant the right seed in the right environment. Maybe someone's not in the right environment. You know what I mean? It's not getting the right nutrients, not getting enough sunlight. You're not around the right people. You're not around the right mentor, so you're planting the seed, but you're in the wrong environment. It's not going to grow. But you know what grows easily and effortlessly without any thought is weeds. And the weeds are the negative thoughts that you and I experience, the negative people, fucking news, the media, that literally are distractions for everybody. And what I tell my clients is you first have to become the landscaper of your mind, and you got to constantly pluck out the weeds. That shit don't go away. That's a lifestyle. Constantly plucking out those weeds all the time and be committed to that garden. You know what that garden is? It's your mind garden. It's your mind garden, right? And a lot of people don't know about the law of gestation. It's a universal law. But my guess is when people don't manifest their result, it's because they got weeds popping in and out. They're not in the right environment. They're not staying consistent. The only way you fail is by stopping all bit of activity in a business or in fitness. You got to stay committed and consistent to what it is that you want. My wife and I were playing a card game. It's like, how deep will you go? I think. And it was a question of like, are you happy with the person that you are today? And I've been manufacturing this person for 20 years. Of course, I'm happy with this version of myself at 50. I've been having conversations with this guy for 20 years. But you know who I'm grateful for the husband, the dad, the business professional that I'm currently am right now. But I'm having conversations of the 70-year-old version of myself in the future, right? So I'm planting new seeds of who I ultimately want to be 20 years from now. Am I that guy now? No, but I'm fucking excited about that guy. Why? Because I wasn't this person 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. I created him. God created him. I envisioned it. I planted seeds around my fitness. I planted seeds around my marriage. I planted seeds around my businesses. I did. Right. And I stayed committed in plucking out you asked me the hardest challenge in my life, I allow all the weeds choke out my mind garden. And that's when I started failing. That's when I stopped getting results. I had to then start new seeds. I had to plant new seeds. So I'm sitting here, fast forward 4 years later, it's just consistent social proof. It just really is for me. It's just consistent social proof that you trust the process and you're planting new seeds each year. You're plucking out the weeds, and you're making sure you're in the right environment. In this community is a really great environment. It's a great environment to be around, So you got to make sure that you're committed and trust this process. That's the only thing I could say. I mean, it's easier for me to say it because I have personal social proof and I have social proof with thousands of clients I worked with for 15 years. Is it easy? No, it's not easy. Anything great is not fucking easy. It's just not. I'm sorry. You're going to have to put in the work. There's going to be ups and downs. There'll be challenges, but you have to believe. One of my empowering statements is that I created during that time period is everything happens for a reason. It serves me, our family, our businesses, our generational wealth. I am grateful for life's experiences that help me become a better and stronger version of myself. I always find ways to win. I'm a student first. I'm continuously learning and growing, and I'm grateful for my progress towards perfection. And by the way, no human's perfect. I believe God's perfect, but we have perfection within us. And that's what Chris and I call, Coach Chris and I call it, il shin, be better every day. I'm just committed on becoming a better version of myself. And that's the philosophy I want my students to have. Are you committed to becoming a better version? And if something happened to you, it's happening for you. Are you willing to find the opportunity in that adversity? Because there always is one. There's the law of polarity. Every adversity has an equivalent or greater seed if you're willing to see it. But most people aren't willing to see it because they're complainers and they play victim and they focus on all the shit that's not happening for them at the moment.
Paul, when people go through adversity, like you said, and it's like, hey, I got to make a change. You do these things, you get connected to God, you get connected to your why, you have to rechange. You really pay attention to like, okay, let me pull out the weeds. Let me make sure I'm focused and go, right? And so sometimes, like you said, those adversities and those hardships are the greatest gifts we could have because that's what allows us to improve, right? It allows us to become better. But I want to touch a little bit on the point of what about when things are going marginally right or really right? Because when everything's going by the wayside, you're like, well, I might as well pray. I might as well try reading the Bible. I might as well work out at the gym. I might as well write in this gratitude journal. Nothing else is work. I have nothing to lose, right? Like I need to go out, find a way to get better at my business so I am not broke. When you're at that rock bottom, it's like, it's easy. Once you just have the awareness to like make a difference, then it's easy because you have nothing to lose. You go for it. But when you start to have a little bit of success and then it doesn't happen as quickly as, like the bamboo starts to see it out of the ground, but you don't see it as this big forest yet. It's just a little thing, but it's better than what you were, but it's still not where you want to go. So you're kind of like in this limbo, but you're not in as much pain, but you're just kind of stuck in the middle, which I think is a really tough place to be, is in the middle. You're not having the success that you want, but you're also not like sucking in the way that you were or suffering, I should say. Well, the people that are stuck in the middle, speak to them. And how do you go from being stuck in the middle, having average results, having average effort, having mediocre energy and like all these different things? It's just kind of, I'm doing good. I'm somewhere in the middle. How do I then either create pain or create pleasure? How do you do that to where it's like, how do I go? There's not enough pain to go to great. There's not enough desire to go to great. How do you get from good or okay or average to great and really pushing yourself to the limit?
That's a great question. I do find that is probably one of the most challenging situations from when I onboard a client that's doing okay. All right. So what does that mean? They have a home, they're making okay money. Let's just face it. I just read this not too long. What's the average median income in the United States?
76,000.
I thought it was like 61, but I could be
61.
wrong.
Yeah, 61.
I thought it was like 61,000. That's in the United States. What do you think the average median income on the planet Earth is?
Oh, it's like 26,000 or like
Exactly
30.
right. Right. So it's always compared to what? You know what I mean? It really is. So it's all perception. So certain people I got to focus in on, like myself at the time, I had to focus on how blessed I was. And you always got to be grateful regardless, right? Like, so that's no matter what. I get you're grateful for, things that happened in the past. You're grateful for the present. You're excited for the future. God's always working. you know, if you believe, right? God's always working. There's always a plan. You always got to believe it. It's going to happen for you, right? But the hardest thing is, like, for example, I get a lot of clients that come to me and they're doing well. You know, one of my clients, you know, came to me about 2 or 3 years ago, and I know him for a long time in the industry, and he's around my age, and I had a rough idea on the income that he was making. It's a low 7-figure income. He's got the marriage, he's got the 3 or 4 kids, got the home, you know, got the club level for 20 years. And then he reaches out and he goes, "Oh, I'm hearing a lot about Coach Paul, and a lot of people that are in my agency, you know, are working with you, and they're surpassing." And my question really for that type of individual, the hardest thing is getting someone like that uncomfortable again. That's just really what it comes down to. And the question I have to ask, and it sometimes starts with ego. Okay, it does. Starts with ego, and then I have to unlayer or stack the emotional components for them to break through another level, right? And usually when it starts on the ego, it goes, you know, all right, well, what's something that you want? You know, what do you want? Let's have a clarity. And what's going to excite you and scare you at the same time? What's going to excite and scare you at the same time? We have to slightly get uncomfortable, because the biggest thing right now is, you know, you got the production, you got the club credits, you got the, you know, let's go to $1 million a year of personal income, you got the wife, and you're sitting pretty at, say, 49, 50 years old, you know, and we had to get uncomfortable again. And sometimes they get people uncomfortable in their fitness, right? To getting in that frequency. You know, sometimes that's why I love
Sure.
fitness. I'm constantly getting uncomfortable and challenging myself, then I apply it to business, you know. And sometimes we have to find, everyone could be different, but we have to find a way to cause a slightly bit of pain. Now, what is my one, besides my family, besides my legacy, my personal driving force is constant growth. And you and I can define that. I used to think growth was all about income. You know, how much income, how many businesses are going to open up, revenue. But you know what? I had to define my definition of growth 4 years ago. I did. I had to define what was my pain point. My pain point, I have to grow. This is me. I can't speak for everybody else. Why? Because besides my dad, my first mentor was my martial art teacher, you know, and he at the time had, you know, successful businesses. You know, he's a national champion. I shared the story with you personally, Landon, right? You know, and he was my idol, had a brand new Corvette. He had a Harley Davidson, brand new home, you know, and then he got complacent, he got comfortable. And you fast forward, he became overweight, right? At 53 years old, he ended up dying because he didn't take care of his health. You know, he had such a big ego. He had people that worked for him in the martial art business, but were in the financial services, didn't have a will, didn't have a trust, didn't have life insurance, died and left his wife with nothing. And then my teacher, Grandmaster Kim, says, "You want to know why he died?" Because he knew him. "Why, sir?" "Big head fall over. He think he know everything. He doesn't have coach, doesn't have grandmaster, doesn't take financial advice. And that's why he died." And from there, I promised myself, I will always be a student. I will always continue to learn and grow. And everything that I do, for my fitness, my relationship, my faith, my family, my businesses, I'm committed to become a better version of myself. And growth is important to me. And I have to redefine growth at times. When my businesses were shut down out of my control, I had to find growth in coaching, because I can speak on the phone, right? And I had to grow in the coaching business. I was able to grow in my faith. I got baptized in 2020. I grew in my faith. I started rereading other books, and I grew in my education. My marriage could have and would have been ruined maybe 4 years ago, but it actually was a gift. Gina and I reconnected like ever before. Our marriage went through the fucking roof. You know, I had to learn how to reconnect with my kids, and find new ways of create experiences during that time. I had to redefine measuring sticks around growth to get me uncomfortable again. So everyone's different. You got to figure out what your triggers are, and if you have a good coach, he or she can help you identify that. All I do, right, is help create behavioral shifts. And behavioral shifts happen through finding buttons that you press. Really, it comes down to emotionally. There's emotional buttons that have not been pressed yet, that once you press them, it opens up a new perception of business, new perception of growth, new perception of asking for referrals or offering your help. It gets you slightly uncomfortable because you press an emotional button that gets you outside your comfort zone. And sometimes you selflessly do things above and beyond the selfish ego things that hold you back. What I've found is that most humans are frozen or paralyzed because of their selfish, egotistic reasons, right? It really is the truth. Their own selfish limitations hold them back from their greatness. And one of the things I've identified is it's not about you. It's not about you. It's about your wife, your husband, your kids, your legacy, your clients. When you come from the scarcity, when you step out of the selfish scarcity mindset and you come from a position of serving, right, and sharing knowledge and experience, I think it shifts a perception of not only what you do, but why you do it. So I don't know if I'm answering your question. I can only speak from my experience. There's got to be emotional triggers that get somebody uncomfortable, or they got to make it bigger than themselves to break through those barriers. Because once we get comfortable, it's lights out. If you're not growing, you're dying. If you're not innovating, you're dying, right? I can motivate you external, right? You're motivated. But my students, my clients, I think they learn to be inspired, but we're constantly aspiring to be the better version of themselves. They're innovating, getting outside their comfort zone, to grow. And that's my answer.
Yeah, I think the title of this, if you could sum up this into one word, I would say it's not about you. That's what we got to realize, because I think that's whether you're having no success, some success, or a lot of success, if it's about you, you've thought too small. If you're still
Amen.
focused on the benefits that come to you, you're playing the wrong game. And when you change the game that you play, because Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, you've been in business a long time with financial advisors, with young kids in martial arts, with parents of kids in martial arts. You've seen a lot of people over the years. And most people, unfortunately, are playing the game of what's in it for me. And the few people that are playing the game of what's in it for me to give are the few people that everybody wants to be around. They're the few people that win in business, in life, in their relationships. And they're the ones that make a difference in their communities, their families, and ultimately in the world. And I think that what Paul is talking about is so profound, is that in a moment, we can decide. One decision, we can go from being a person that's thinking about what's in it for me to a person thinking about how can I grow to give. And when you make that switch, that's when everything changes. And so, Paul, you coming on today, I appreciate you being honest, vulnerable. I appreciate you being unprepared but prepared. So, Paul, he lives off this belief, and I heard this in church the other day too. It's better to be prepared for every occasion than just hoping to be occasionally prepared. So Paul didn't need to know what questions we were going to ask, because Paul lives in integrity with what he believes and what he says. So I can ask him any question about any topic, and he can say, here's what I've done for myself. If I ask Paul, what did you do? If I ask Paul, how have you helped people in the past year? How would you come up with this? And it doesn't matter what I bring to the table because he's living an authentic and integral life. If he was not, and he wasn't doing what he said he was doing, if he didn't train his mind and be the landscaper of his own mental garden, he wouldn't have the passion and integrity that resonates with us, and I wouldn't be able to ping him with those questions in the way that I do. So Paul, thank you for
Thank you.
just spending the time with us. Thank you for being authentic and open. I hope you guys got any type of value today. And Paul will be on coming up here in, I don't know if it's next Monday, maybe the Monday after, but Paul, have a wonderful
schedule.
week.
All right. Be blessed, y'all. All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Thank you.
So as Paul leaves here, we got our 2:00 speaker. We got 1 hour left, ladies and gentlemen, and we are culminating in spiritual and gut health. Now, being around Nancy, around Mike, Corey, Beth, just around good quality intellectual fitness people, you understand that your gut health, believe it or not, your gut affects everything. This is a profound thing for me because it's like, well, my thoughts are if I have a headache, it's because I have a headache. If I don't feel good, it's because of some other thing. And all these diseases, where they come from in the body, it all starts with somebody's gut health. And Nancy, I can see you're sharing your screen. It's not quite full screen yet, so if you can pull that up, I'll continue, introduce people, let people know who you are. So whether you're watching and you've been with us this full time from since we started at 11 o'clock on the dot, because we were very punctual about that, or if you're watching this recording, we've come to this afternoon session that we are going to have here with Nancy. Now, Nancy's bio has all the credibility markers you could think of, the designations. She's been featured on different networks and all of these different things. And so I can go through this detailed explanation, or I can tell you this. If there is a disease that can be healed, like, we'll use some of Nick's language. If there were a way that you could heal almost every disease that you're going with, or that you're involved with, or you're experiencing, or pain, or inflammation, or mental fatigue, or gut ache, or bowel issues, if there were a way that instead of spending tens of thousands of dollars on modern medicine, if there were a way that you could heal a majority of those things with adjusting the things you eat and the supplements you take, just some minor shifts that's customized to you. If there were a way to do that, when would you want to know about it? Right? When we go to retirement seminars and we ask people, what's your biggest concern in retirement? They say taxes, they say market volatility, and they say health. If I have to go to the hospital or go to long-term care or these nursing facilities, it gets expensive, right? And one of the things about health is it's different for everybody. Nancy's going to talk a little bit later on around the end of her presentation, some of the ways that she customizes these things and these tests. All of us have went through these different tests of testing your blood and all these things that get super scientific complex. I don't even understand it, but I understand this. Each one of us is made differently and uniquely. And once we test that and you have an expert, someone who's qualified like Nancy, you can identify and figure out what those little changes need to be made, and that can radically impact your life. Now, Nancy has a wonderful story. She's not just some lady who's studied medicine and nutrition for a long time, which she is, but in order to heal other people, she had to first learn to heal herself. And she did that through re-engineering what she was taking, what she was eating, all these different things. And I think it's very profound how she did that and how applicable it is to even someone like me who is young, who is pretty healthy across the board. I don't have any issues that I know about. And it's applicable the same way to somebody who's older or middle-aged or has clearly defined issues that they're going through. And so I'm grateful to have the Nancy Javeras, the one and only Nancy Javeras, on the call today to teach us about some of the high-level concepts and details around gut health, how does it affect the body? How can you improve gut health? And then ultimately at the end, it's like, hey, at the end of the day, if these things make interest and you're interested about it, you know, reach out to her, maybe do some of the tests, figure out what's customized to you. That'll save you a lot of money in the long run. So Nancy, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule, speaking on stages and talking to all these different magazine companies and going through, giving us some time to teach us about the importance of gut health. I'm going to hop off here. Questions will be in the chat. I'll come back on if there's any questions, but the floor is completely yours. Take it away.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I just wanted to clarify, I'm not a doctor, so I'm not allowed to treat any disease, just to
Yeah.
have a disclaimer in there.
Disclosure there, but it works.
Disclosure, full disclosure, I'm not allowed to treat any disease. So that's the laws in this country. So, but I do healing. So would you rather have treating or healing? You
There
know?
you go.
That's what it is. So-
Exactly.
So technically, that's what I do. What I do is I look at people's microbiome, their stool sample, and look at their microbiome and see what's going on. Do they have issues in their gut health? And the issues, you know, I can help from anything from the brain issues to gut issues, digestion, detox, and that's my wheelhouse. So if anybody on this call does have issues with their gut or digestion or elimination, anything like that, or skin issues, I can really help you to live a better life. So I'm going to talk today about stress and how it can affect our brain, our guts, and in our gut, and even our hormones and our testosterone. So what I am is a functional diagnostic nutrition practitioner, and I'm looking for weaknesses in the body or imbalances in the body. So I'm looking at the hidden stressors that are causing symptoms for people. Why do they have it? I'm looking for root causes. So it's a customized program that I do, and everybody loves it that does it because then they get healed. It's great. So that's awesome. Okay, I'm trying to advance it and it's not advancing. Okay. Can you help me? I'm trying to advance the slide and it's not advancing. Oh, there we go. So what is stress? Everybody talks about stress. They're so stressed out today. Well, stress is any influence, either internal or external, that causes or leads to malfunction in the body. So that's what stress is. And I'm going to be talking about all the different kinds of stress that people aren't even aware of. So stress can create all kinds of issues for you. For example, fatigue. This gentleman has been working double overtime on his computer and he has a lot of fatigue. He can't get through the day or get through the night. I help people that have chronic fatigue. So if that's you, call me, I can help you. Or if you have unexplained weight gain, you're eating the same food, you're sleeping the same, you're exercising in the gym and you're gaining weight. You don't know why? Call me, I can help with that. Or hormonal imbalances that you have, or brain fog, hypothyroid, skin issues, poor gut, a leaky gut, poor digestion, constipation, IBS, or chronic symptoms. So stress can create any of these symptoms. So the stress, according to the Healthy and Natural Journal, they've reported that 70 to 80% of all doctors' visits are for stress-related illnesses. 70 to 80%. It's related to stress. So people experience high levels of anxiety are 4 to 5 times more likely to die of a fatal heart attack or stroke. So that's incredible. I just did an expo all weekend. There were 10,000 people there. I was a keynote speaker. I was a speaker there. And 2 people had strokes. One was 45 years old and one was 69. So it's happening. People are so stressed. And so they're both going to be clients now. So stress can affect our brain, our gut, our hormones, and our testosterone. And there's all different kinds of stress. There's physical stress, there's emotional stress, there's mental stress, there's spiritual stress, and then there's stored traumas. And I'm going to be talking about all of those today, right now. So physical stress can affect everything in our body. So what physically is wrong? We could have food sensitivities, like you alluded to, that people can be eating healthy food, but right now they might have a leaky gut. And so healthy foods can even be causing an inflammatory reaction for them. Also, heavy metals like mercury, lead, aluminum, arsenic, and things like that could be in your body. And that's a physical stress that the immune system is trying to fight. And unknowingly, you don't know that you have it. Or you could have hidden infections or hidden viruses or parasites or fungal overgrowth, candida overgrowth, or mold. Have you ever lived in a moldy building or worked in a moldy building? If you have, guess what? It can grow inside your brain, causing brain fog, and inside your gut, and affecting you for many years without even realizing it until it gets to be overwhelming. I really know a lot about mold. So if you've lived in a mold building, you've got issues, please call me. I can help you. Or if you've taken vaccines or flu shots, they definitely have aluminum in it and way more toxins. So if you have had those can cause stress to the body and stress. Environmental toxins, if you've drank water from a city water pipes, good luck with that. It probably has industrial toxins in it. Or if you grew up near a power plant or nuclear power plant or environmental and anything environmental toxins, they're all over the place. Or pesticides or herbicides like glyphosate, which is Roundup. If you're using that on your lawn or your garden, please stop because it's extremely toxic to the body. And it really blocks the liver from detoxifying. And of course, it's legal in this country, but it's banned in Europe. So hopefully it will be banned in this country, but stop using it. And one of the things you want to do is always eat organic, certified organic vegetables and non-genetically modified, because if they are GMO, they're sprayed with all kinds of glyphosate. So that can cause many, many issues. And leaky gut and leaky blood-brain barrier, where the mucosal barrier has been broken. And that can lead to all kinds of brain issues, brain fog, concentration, anxiety, depression, ADD, ADHD, even autism. So I can help you with that. And car accidents, sports injuries, or traumas. So all of those things are physical traumas. And then these are environmental traumas that can happen, environmental stress that your body has. Air pollution, everywhere we go, there's chemtrails in the air. There's all kinds of pollutants in our air, in the sky. And then medications or antibiotics, those kill the good bacteria in your GI tract. Household cleaners, what are you using to clean your home? Hopefully it's organic. If not, you're getting toxic cleaners in your air, into your body, and into your gut. And also laundry detergent. What are you putting on your on your clothes? Because that's going on your skin and that's going into your gut. Don't use Febreze. Febreze is very bad. It's very toxic. Don't use it for air freshener. Don't use it on laundry detergent, and don't use it on dryer sheets. Do not use it. It should be banned also, and hopefully it will be. Also, what kind of cosmetics, both for men and women, are you putting on your skin? Because a lot of them have estrogenic abilities to increase your estrogen level in your body for men and women, which can cause problems long-term for both people, both men and women. And lotions, please don't use deodorant with aluminum in it, or hair care and skin care. Hair care and skin care and nail polish definitely has toxins. Feminine hygiene products, processed foods, bug killers. The list goes on and on. My list is very, very long when I work with a client and they have to go out and shop and buy all new things because they want to be healthy. And electromagnetic radiation, are you blocking it on your computer and your phone and your Wi-Fi? You should be, because that can cause damage to the nervous system, the brain, and the gut. Also, are you going to get your clothes dry cleaned? Go to an organic dry cleaner. And are you avoiding BPA plastic, or are you using a microwave oven? Please don't. It radiates your food and takes out all the nutrition. And also lawn garden products. I talked a little bit about that, avoiding glyphosate and having an organic lawn and garden. Paints, dyes, inks, tattoos. Tattoos do have mercury in them, most of them, and that's why they're permanent. So, you should be cautious about that. Chemtrails in the sky, try to avoid them when they're shooting off. Industrial pollution, synthetic bedding. What are you sleeping on? Are you sleeping on organic, beautiful, pure sheets, or are you sleeping on polyester with all kinds of chemicals? And what about artificial colors, flavors, sweeteners, and foods? If it's not from nature, that color, don't eat it. And then obviously you need to get a water purifier. What do you have in that water? Do you have fluoride, chlorine, heavy metals? And does your home and office have mold? Please check it out. So all these environmental toxins are causing stress on your body, your gut, and your brain, and causing all kinds of symptoms that you never even thought about. And then we have silver amalgam fillings. Silver fillings leach out. Did they know that half of the silver fillings is made out of mercury, which is a very toxic heavy metal? And they're putting it in our mouths. Our dentists are doing that. They've done it for years. Why? Because it's cheap. That's why. And it affects when people chew with silver amalgam fillings, 50% it can go out into in a gas, a mercury gas, causing damage to your brain. So oral health is very important. And please see a biological dentist. That's very important because they're going to take good care of you and will not use mercury in their office. And if you do have it, you could have it removed safely through a biological dentist. And I'm always talking about the gut and the gut microbiome, but there's also an oral microbiome. And there's all new research being done. I'm taking all kinds of advanced classes on that and how the oral microbiome is made up of microbes that are good microbes and healthy microbes to keep us healthy in our mouth, and that's our first line of defense inside our mouth for our immune system. Why? Because our mouth is the dirtiest part in our whole body because it's exposed every day to the air we breathe, the food we drink, the water, everything. Excuse me. So you really need to take care of your oral microbiome. And I teach that with my clients. And then also if you've had root canals, cavities, or again, silver amalgam fillings, those are all connected with your gut microbiome and can cause stress. So also you can have physical stress that accumulates all that over time. Like just say you've had physical trauma or biomechanical trauma, or you've had a back surgery or something like that, or fractures. Lack of movement slows the lymphatic system. You have to remember that. So if you've had any sports injuries, you really make sure that you're getting your lymphatic system moving because that's the dump truck system that picks up the trash from all the cells in your body and brings it down to the liver to be processed so it can be removed. So you want that to be working really well. Also, muscle injuries, nerve compression, which can interrupt your cell signaling in your body. I've had a lot of athletes, and that's been an issue for them. Repetitive injury or intense prolonged exercise. You can see that stress cortisol can be very high, or poor posture, or sports injuries. So this guy is running. He has severe stress. He is running away from the tiger of stress. He's running and running and running. He has high cortisol right now, and cortisol is trying to give him that energy to run away from the tiger. So what is that stress in your life? What is that tiger of stress that's happening in your life? Do you have fear? Do you have worry about money or taxes? You shouldn't be, because you're working with one of the greatest trainers of all time, Nick Palumbo. So you'll be great. You won't have to worry about that. Job, taxes, money, etc. Business, financial stress, negative thoughts, or I'm not good enough. You need to get rid of those thoughts, and Nick will help you do that and remove that stress. Or you could have emotional stress. Just say you're having a fight with your husband or your wife or your boyfriend, girlfriend, etc. You could have fear or worry, you did it, no, you did it, or anxiety or bad attitude or relationship stress. That can be very stressful. Emotional stress with a loved one is the highest form of stress that people can have. So a fight with your spouse, or if you're getting divorced or separated, that's a very stressful time for people. Taking care of a sick child, sick parent, handicapped child, leaving your job, losing your job, moving to a new city. Moving is a big one. Fear of not being good enough, fear that the world is a scary place. Well, you're in the right place now with this coaching program. Or fear of COVID. That fear should be gone. Or you could have spiritual stress, negative perceptions. You're not connected to the divine, or you have a lack of purpose. Why am I here? Or you're not connected to your soul purpose, which is the reason that you're here on earth right now. Or you're feeling lost in the world. All of those things can create stress on your body and your brain and your gut and also your hormones. So overwhelming stress, life-changing trauma, near-death experience for you or someone you love, or stored traumas, those all need to be released so people can get rid of the stress. Now, how does it work? Well, our brain is command central in our body. In other words, if you think positive thoughts, you're going to have a positive day. If you think negative thoughts, you're going to have a negative day. So think about it. The brain is command central for all the systems in the body. And that happens in the HPA axis, which is our hypothalamus pituitary adrenal axis. So if we're running away from a tiger of stress, you see the teeth on this tiger? If you've got that image of a tiger of stress from any of the stressors that I just talked about, and you're afraid, you're running away from that tiger, you're going to have stressful thoughts, and that's going to push up your cortisol level really high, which is what it's supposed to do because it's needed for survival. You're trying to run away from that tiger, and that's the way it was designed. Cortisol was designed as our thrive hormone, survive and thrive. It's produced in the HPA axis by the adrenal glands, and it raises our blood sugar for quick energy to get away from that tiger. But it will break down tissue if needed. And it gives you that adrenaline rush that people have heard about. That's what it does. But it also suppresses your immune system because you don't need to be working on fighting bugs or viruses while you're running away from a tiger, right? You're just trying to get to safety. So you don't need to work on your immune system at that moment in time. It also works as a painkiller and anti-inflammatory, and it increases glucose utilization by the central nervous system. So it gives you that quick energy of sugar to run away from the tiger. So that's all good, and we need that cortisol. But unfortunately today, people are in overdrive of stress all the time. So they have stress at work, they have stress at home, they have the stress on the weekends. So they are always in that fight or flight continuously. And you don't want to live there. Why? Because when you have high cortisol for a long period of time, what happens is it suppresses your gastric opening. What am I saying? You're going to get constipation. People don't relate constipation to stress, but if you have high stress, you usually get constipated. Also, it slows down digestion. And there's a reason for that. You don't want to say, oh, Mr. Tiger, don't chase after me right now. I have to digest some food first. No, the tiger's chasing after you. He doesn't care if you need to digest food. You see what I'm saying? That's the way God created us, that we shut off the digestion, we shut off the elimination, and we shut off the detox. Slow down the detox in our body too. So the liver shuts down. It doesn't need to do that when it's running away from a tiger. So all of those systems are on hold waiting pattern for you to get into the rest and digest mode. But if you're staying in that high cortisol moment of running away from the tiger, you are not going to do well. You're going to have sleep issues, hormonal imbalances, weight gain, and a lot of gut issues. So it's really important to have the cortisol work well because it is where your neurotransmitters are in your brain, and you need those signals, right? And you need your hormones to work. We want that. And we want to get rid of toxicity. We want that to happen. And we want to have our immune system signaling done. And we want to have our autonomic nervous system be able to easily go from fight or flight, running away from the tiger, and shift it into rest and digest, which is what happens when you do meditation or deep belly breathing. So those habits are really necessary to do every day so that you can get out of that fight or flight and running away from that tiger of stress. If you don't, you're going to have problems with sleep, you're going to have gut issues and everything else. So I did not know this way back in my 20s, and this was me. I had chronic stress for a very long time. And I had ulcerative colitis for 19 years. And so I had so much stress. from the colitis, but also from taking care of my mother who had Parkinson's, my father who had Alzheimer's disease. My mother-in-law also had Parkinson's disease. I had 2 small children. So I was that sandwich generation trying to take care of everybody. I was a realtor. I was helping my husband with his business, get it off the ground at that time. So I had a lot of balls in the air, which I'm sure many of you on this call do. But get the time to rest, get into that rest and digest, or you wind up with absolute exhaustion where you cannot think straight and you barely can get out of bed, even if you sleep all day. So that was me. So I really feel for people that have that chronic exhaustion. So cortisol balances out, it's anabolic, and it helps to build new cells. That's what DHEA does. DHEA helps to build new cells. So we want that. That's our anti-aging hormone. But if you're always producing cortisol, then you're not going to be producing the DHEA, and you're going to be low in that. And that's going to make you not feel well at all and create hormonal imbalances. So DHEA is anabolic, so it helps to create new cells, especially at night, and break down old cells. So it helps you to stay healthy, have good skin. People that have great skin and hardly any wrinkles as they get older, that means they have DHEA, and we want that, and we want to feel well. It's the anti-aging hormone. But if we're always in stress with the cortisol running away from the tiger, we're not going to be producing enough DHEA. So here's a chart. It just shows you. Did you know that, I just wanted to mention this too, that all hormones, sex hormones, are produced from cholesterol. I'm going to say that again. All hormones, sex hormones, are produced from cholesterol. So all of you that are thinking about cholesterol lowering medications, think about that. You're lowering your cholesterol, and that's the father of all of your hormones. So if you have hormonal imbalances out there, then guess what? You want to make sure that you're being good to your cholesterol. And where is cholesterol produced? It's produced in the liver. So here's just one hormonal imbalance that can happen is low progesterone. People can have hot flashes, and yes, men can have them too. I've met men that have that. Mood swings, tearful, bone loss. If people out there have any bone loss or osteopenia, they really need to check their hormones. Or if they have low libido, everybody thinks testosterone. Yes, it could be from that, but it also could be that you have low progesterone. So, and if you're gaining weight in the hips, either men or women, that's probably low progesterone. So we could work on that. So stress affects all your hormones, and especially it can also affect your testosterone too. So, running out of time here, I want to make sure we get it. So these are some symptoms of low testosterone, and it could be atherosclerosis, diabetes, hair loss, low semen levels, fogginess, hot flashes, male breast growth where they're growing breasts and it's not from muscle, so obesity and low sex performance in the bedroom for both men and women. That of course is low testosterone. So testosterone is used in the testes and prostate for men, and of course ovaries in women. And all hormones again are made from cholesterol, which is produced in the liver. And the liver doesn't work well if you have high stress. So remember that you want to have a healthy liver. So looking at the time here. So all stress affects how we think, and our stressful thoughts affect our brain. And if we keep on thinking about that tiger of stress, it's going to throw off all our systems down below. It's going to throw off our digestion, our elimination, our detoxification, and our hormones. So we want to get out of that stress. We want to remove all the stressors in our body. So we want to make sure that our liver is functioning well so that we can be able to produce energy, which is where the liver produces energy, and clean out our liver. We want our nervous system to be out of that fight or flight and get into rest and digest. That's so important. And this is a healthy gut. If you can see it, there are tight junctures right here. And that's what we want to have for a healthy gut. And then we have a healthy mucosal barrier. And then we have lots of healthy bacteria that are keeping us healthy in our microbiome. So that's what we want to be like. But this is a leaky gut, and this is what I deal with every single day. And why is it so important? Because if we have infections, if we have mold, if we have yeast overgrowth, fungal overgrowth, candida, if we have E. coli, if we have any viruses that are hidden or known in our gut, any of those factors, or heavy metal toxicity or industrial toxins, all of those can create havoc in this microbiome. And then they grow and grow and grow and grow and multiply, and they break through the mucosal barrier. And then they come down here to the tight junctures and they break through the walls of our gut and causing leaky gut. And what does that mean? That means that those bad microbes, whatever they are in our bloodstream, and they can go anywhere. They can go to our brain, they can go to our heart, they can go to our lungs, they can go to our liver, because they're in the bloodstream. Wherever blood flows, that's where they can wind up. So people can wind up with brain fog, brain cramps, lack of concentration, anxiety, depression. They could wind up with heart problems and they didn't know why. They were fine before. They could wind up with lung issues, liver issues. They could wind up with skin issues out of the clear blue. So this is what I do, is I seal that wall for people and I heal the gut so they can have a healthy gut microbiome. And so one of the things, as I said, is to remove the toxins and to eat a healthy organic diet and to get a proper night's sleep of at least 8 hours every single night, because that's when you're detoxing. You can reduce stress by going to the chiropractor to make sure that you're aligned in your back. Walk in nature, meditate, pray. I know you already have people talking about this, so I don't need to get into this in a big way. If you have anger at somebody, you need to release that because it can be stored in the body. You can get rid of past life traumas. Yeah, you can get do Reiki healing, golden light healing to remove that stress in your life. So you can heal your brain, your gut, your hormones, and your testosterone, and you can feel great. So if you want those symptoms to be gone permanently and get to the root causes, which is what I do, I test stool, send stool samples to people's homes, stool, urine, blood, and saliva, and look for imbalances and create healing opportunities naturally through the right diet, rest, exercise, and stress reduction. So that's what I do. My website is gutdetox.com. You can call me for a free discovery call at 508-527-4149. These are the issues that I help people with to treat naturally without drugs, and through testing and then identifying what is causing it. And if anybody wants to call me, please give me a call. I have a 90-day healing program. It includes the ordering of the tests, but the tests are private pay. You need to pay for the tests. And then I correlate those test results with your symptoms and come up with a customized healing program just for you. And then I do health coaching every single week for 30 minutes each week of the 90 days. So I have a gold package that I have a discount exclusively for Eagle Coaching, and that's $5,000, and that includes 5 lab tests, which is great. That's the best package. I have a silver package that includes 3 tests, and that is $3,500 discounted price for Eagle Coaching. And then I have a bronze package for only one lab test, and it would have to be the stool because that tells everything into what's going on with the gut. So in that package is only $1,500. So that's my program. 90 days of healing and get yourself healthy through healing weaknesses in the body. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Nancy, so much. I always pick up 1 or 2 new things from you every time you speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nick.
Okay, I think we have Pastor Rob on to stay on schedule. Nancy, say hi to Jim.
I will. Say hi to Linda for me.
All righty.
Take care. Bye-bye.
So Pastor Rob, I can't see your handsome face. I get the honor of introducing my closest friend, partner in crime, partner in life, and I don't mean sexual partners either. Rob doesn't need an introduction. I know everyone on this call has heard Rob speak. For those of you who haven't, you're in for a treat. He's the guy I go to, like, who motivates the motivator? It's always Pastor Rob when something's bothering me that keeps me centered. You know, those of you that know me well, the hierarchy of the important things in my life is my spiritual walk, and he's the one who keeps me on track, because we all always have off days. You got to hear this guy preach. I mean, he is passionate beyond belief. Those of you have heard Paul as well. He's Paul on steroids when he's speaking. And you can see the Holy Spirit working in him, you know, based on what he says, how he acts. He walks the walk and talks the talk. So, Pastor Rob, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. And thank you for your kind words and the awesome introduction. My name is Pastor Rob. Pastor is an office I hold, and that's all. In all honesty, we're all like brothers and sisters in this walk, and we are all competent to counsel. It's all based on what we pick up. When asked in regards to coming in and doing this virtual, in regards to doing a topic and what to present to you here this afternoon in regards to spirituality and our walk, our call, because there's one thing to have an ambition and a desire. It's another thing to have a career, a job that focuses in or defines a gifts or a skill set, and then there's those things that go beyond even that. What I'm going to discuss this today is coming out of our Warriors series, and Warriors is an acronym, and Nick kind of came up with this, and we worked on it together. But you know, certain letters that are going to describe topics of knowing your why. Attitude, all about attitude, resilience, having the grit to press through, righteousness. What is it to be in right standing with the creator of the universe? And how does that affect our lives? What does that do to our credibility, to our genuineness, our sincerity? Influence, the spheres of influence, and how they interact, and how to use that in a spiritual sense. Speaking about obedience, and knowing that obedience oftentimes is better than the sacrifices that we make. A resolve, having resolution, knowing how to stay grit, focus in on something, laser focused, and not be distracted or deterred, not be tempted away from the objective, and ultimately what this process is of spirituality that's called sanctification. And all of that is available and is right within the Warrior series in school. And you can just kind of jump into that. Slides are there. And this is going to be an introduction in regards to that series. And it's about knowing your why. It's the first W of the Warriors. Let me ask you a question real quick. How many of you guys have ever done like a Myers-Briggs personality test, a Clifton strengths test? How many of you guys, right, done any type of personality profile to figure out what your strengths and weaknesses are? Come on. I mean, you could go ahead and put it in the chat, say yes, me, give me a show of hand. But the fact of the matter is, if I was to go across the room, all of us that are in this journey at one point or another have confronted certain realities, and we want to improve. And so therefore, there's a lot of these tests that are common and available to us that allows us to kind of hone in. I always say that a lot of these, what's missing in a lot of these tests is the spiritual component. Because yeah, we are what we do. We are what we study to do and what we train to do, and this is what's going to bring the cause and effect. However, we never really take a time to introspect and look within us, within the spiritual nature of the psyche. The psychology, the psyche is the soul, it is the mind. And in fact, if you've heard the term psychosomatic, psycho is something that's affecting the mind, it's affecting the soul, but it's also the somas, it's also affecting the body. And so depression and anxiety and all of these things that kind of are cause and effect A lot of these things are spiritual in nature. And so, yeah, we look at things clinically, but man, let me tell you something. There ain't a pill in this world. Ain't Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson ever going to be able to, come on. There's no chemical imbalance because there is no chemical when it's dealing with the soul. These are heart issues, emotional issues. And it creates an emotional wellness of who we are. And Nancy was speaking about the gut and speaking about, some of the things and how that affects us. Well, I mean, it's cause and effect. If you have one thing that's off, one caliber, Nick speaks about the Ferrari, one tire is down. Where are you going? By a show of hands, how many people know that the spiritual component of who we are, how we live, the character makeup, who we are as men and women of integrity, how we live our lives, not for ourselves, but how we live our lives in the service of others. This is what knowing your why is about. Now you can turn around and say, well, I kind of know my why, Rob. I've been doing this for years. There's hands down. I already know I'm gifted, selected. I got the riz, man. Ain't nobody going to turn around and like, I just pull it in and that's all good. That's all good for you. That's all good for you. But oftentimes, like I was explaining, what we do isn't necessarily indicative of like who we are and what we're called to do. Sometimes what we do is only that to bring the financial income, to bring the increase, to then be able to fund what we're being called to do. And so therefore, I work in the commercial trade. I'm out in the field. I'm in a professional position. This is a source of income, but yet it is not my calling. I utilize it as an opportunity to fund the calling. And so therefore, just because you've been doing what you're doing for a long time, I'm not saying that could be what you're supposed to be doing. But what you're supposed to be doing is it channeling what you're called to do. And so therefore, in this pursuit of knowing your why, Paula, do you have the slides or should I do a screencast? Okay. And so I'm hoping everyone's kind of there and is able to see what I'm seeing. So let me come in. There we go.
We can see it, Rob.
Yeah, you can see it. All right. So I'm just going to go ahead and kind of move forward in regards to knowing your why. And obviously here, what's your purpose? Why were you created? And so I guess that's the question of the day. Why was I created? Now, meaning is a multidimensional construct comprised of comprehension, feeling as though one's life makes sense. Purpose, feeling directed and motivated by valued goals. And mattering, feeling that one's existence is significant. So we have this multi-dimensional construct of what the meaning of my life is. And we have that comprehension, we have that purpose, we have that mattering of significance. And these are areas that we focus in on in regards to finding out what it is that we're called to do. Finding our meaning is a robust predictor of psychological health, physiological health, and general well-being. There's a three-phase component there: physiological, general, and psychological. Who we are psychologically, that means that's dealing with the soul, the psyche. who we are physiologically, somatic, that's dealing with the body, and then our general well-being of our mind, our emotional well-being. And indeed, research suggests that a high sense of purpose is associated with a reduced risk of all-cause mortality. You will live longer when your life has this purpose, and a higher daily positive effect, lower daily negative effect, and improved longevity across diverse cultures, genders, and age. This spiritual walk does not discriminate. Come on now. So, finding our true purpose. And so there's a couple of different ways that we can go about it. I want to just bring a particular passage of scripture. Since this is a spiritual component, I want to bring some spiritual writings into it. And in the passage, it says, "For you formed my inward parts. You covered me in my mother's womb. I will praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are your works, and that my soul knows very well." Come on, by a show of hands, and just get interactive here with me a little bit. How many people know that every individual is a unique creation? Come on now. I want to speak this directly to you. You are a unique creation, and it's not a matter of your fingerprints and not be your DNA code is a reflection of your fingerprint. There has never been one before it. There will never be one like it to come. You are fearfully and marvelously and wonderfully made, and the inception of who you are was even before your conception. Come on, before you were even in your mother's womb, he knew you. Psalm 139, 13, 60, "My frame was not hidden from you when I was made in secret and skillfully wrought in the lowest parts of the earth. Your eyes saw my substance, yet unformed, and in your book they were all written. The days fashioned for me when as yet there were none of them. Before you were even born, God had your days already fashioned before you. You're just walking in to your calling." Come on, how many people can say, "I've received that. I received that." The best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. When it comes to identifying our purpose, it's not necessarily what you do, whether you're in a financial advisement, whether you're in insurance, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're a coach, right? You got to know what you're good at. And maybe this is something that you're good at. Maybe you're good at what you do, and that's all good. But is it something that you absolutely love? People can be very good at something and not necessarily love it. People can love something. "Oh my God, I love it. Oh man, I love golf." But are you good at it? There's a big difference in that. And so these are intersections that must cross, and they must cross another intersection. And that intersection is, what does the world need? What do the people within my community around me, what are some of their needs? Can I identify them? Whether they're emotional needs, whether they're physical needs, maybe they're nutritional needs, maybe they're, in advisement and coaching, maybe they need some counsel. What are the needs of the community? What can you identify as needs into the community around you? And then last but not least, what can we capitalize on? Can you get paid for it? Is someone willing to financially, apart from their finances, for the value that you offer? And these 4 different junctions intersect each other. And when they intersect, this is another model of the Eulerian destiny, and it's another formula of what we're kind of going over right now. And this is actually the Japanese concept of the Ikigai. And the Ikigai is your reason for being. That's the translation. Iki meaning live, or to be alive, to live. And then gai is meaning worth, the value. What is the value of my life? What is the reason for my being? What do I bring to the table? And so here we see these circles kind of intersecting themselves on the board. Are you great at it? Does the world need it? Do you love it? Can you get paid for it? And so these four areas now intersect within themselves. And then on the center of that is where this Japanese word ikigai comes from, stems from. Because if you do this homework, if you ask yourself the questions, you're going to be able to hone in into the center of these concentric circles that overlap each other. And as they overlap each other, it is a self-discovery. Looking for the mark. The things that you love and the things that you're also good at, the things that you love, coupled with the things that you're good at, well, that can equate to your passion. That's going to be the things that you're really passionate. You love it and you're good at it. You're going to be passionate about it. Now, the things that the world needs and the things that you also love, if you love something and you can see that the world needs it, well, that can very well become your mission. That can very well, because it's a heart thing, it's an emotional thing, it's something that's driven out of love and passion, and yet it's also something that the world needs. You see the value within that. The things that you can get paid for, the things that people are willing to leave their resource for, give you their resources, and the things that the world needs, well, that can be your vocation, that can be your job, that's a job. Well, you could get paid for it. The world needs it, not necessarily, passion, not necessarily that you're good at it, not necessarily that you love it. It's just something that you can do as a job. It's a vocation. But the things that you're really good at and the things that you can get paid for, well, that can then be classified as your profession. That's not a job, that's a career. Come on, how many people can identify? There's a difference between the job and the career. Finding our passion and finding our goal moves us out of these categories. Passion is essential to finding your purpose. Without it, one might argue that you can't find your reason for living. Then what's the purpose for living? If I can't be passionate about something, if I can't grab a hold of something and believe in it so strongly, then what's the purpose of life? What do you generally feel passionate about? And that's the question that I'm going to pause for a second here and ask. What are you passionate about? What are some of the things that really get your blood boiling? It comes up to a topic of discussion and whether it brings a smile to your face and oh yeah. Or it can do the opposite. It can really boil your blood and it could get underneath you and you could be, you know what? That's an injustice. What are you passionate about? What do you get excited when people talk about it? It comes up in conversation. What draws your passion? Take a few minutes to think about the things that you love in any aspect of your life. It could be dealing with your work. It could be being around and interjecting with your family. Some of you might have some volunteer activities that you are passionate about, or you may have some personal interests, hobbies. We move from there into regards to passion, and we figure out love. What are some of the things that you love to do? What do you never get bored of doing? What do you find yourself kind of constantly just boom and going to and brings you a sense of peace, a sense of comfort? What makes you smile? What are some of the things that you do that kind of, brings that joy into your life, huh? When do you feel happiest? What are you doing when you feel happiest? Recreational? Leisure? What is it? If I was to ask you the question, what are some of the 5 things you cherish the most? Here's a good one. What was the last thing you were doing when you lost track of time? Oh my God, what time is it? Are you serious? Where did the time just go? In the past, what has left you feeling energized? You ever go out to do something and after you finish doing it, it kind of just energized you and it pumps you up and it makes you feel alive. Come on now. I know you know what I'm talking about. This is the path of self-discovery. This is the path of rolling up the sleeves and doing some of this groundwork and figuring out really who we are. Because I'm sure you have a really good concept. But here, working out a program like this is giving us an opportunity to really fine tune and hone in into that center reason for being. Birds of a feather flock together. Let me ask you a question. Who are the people that you love spending time with? What did you love to do as a child? Think about back in your childhood. What were some of those hobbies and some of those things that you loved to do? You know, maybe riding on a big wheel and pulling that e-brake and spinning around. And maybe that's why you have that obsession in your Mini Cooper, your BMW to do. I mean, I'm still doing it. What did you love to do as a child? That should transcend there. You should be doing some of that even as an adult. Big boy toys. Here's a great question. Here's a great question because I mean, I guess we're all looking and building towards that path of, you know, financial security. And if you were to be completely financially secure, if you needed to do nothing, if you could just earn just straight up on dividends and interest and need nothing else in the world, if you could just, your life belonged to you, what would you do with your time? Come on. What do you see yourself doing? And I know you're only going to be able to travel so much. You're only going to be able to that so much. Give it 6 months down the line. Look 8 months down the line. What are you going to spend the rest of your life doing if you were completely financially secure? And then here's a good question. What are your values and how do you use them daily? What are your values? What are your virtues? You know what character is? Character isn't the things that you do when people are watching. Character is what you do behind closed doors when nobody's watching. What are you doing in your leisure time? What do you do when nobody is watching? Where do you find beauty? Look around. And if you could be the best, at one thing, if there's one thing that you can be the best in the world, what would it be? It's a good question. What can you not stop talking about outside of the workplace? Where do you see the direction of your conversations going, or where do you lead your conversations in regards to and find the enjoyment and fulfillment? What would you continue to do even if you didn't get paid for it? What would you do for free? All right, I'm going to give you the other two circles. What does the world need? Humans are social animals. When we know that we're needed by others, we feel useful, valuable, and full of purpose. Come on. This question will help you discover what you can give to the world. Thinking about what the world needs globally might seem like an overwhelming task. So take a step back from the big picture and think about this question in smaller, more local terms. Think about what your friends, family, and immediate community need. These needs can include just about anything, a product, a service, or something as simple as helping one single person, a delivery, a transportation. What are you good at? Here are the questions that I'm going to pose for you. What skills do you spend time practicing? What can you do over and over again and you practice? You want to get better and better at it. Here's a great question. What do people approach you for help with? You're the go-to person for what in your office? Hey, can you give me a hand with that? Hey, I got to put this thing together. People are going to naturally, they know. They're going to identify what you're good at. They're going to come to you for help. What are they asking you for help for? Have you ever won an award for something, a certification for something, a proclamation, a resolution? What skills do you list on your resume? Is there something that you would like to be good at? Something that you want to get better at? And think about within the last year, to what activities have you ever devoted over 100 hours practicing or learning? If you had to teach something, what would you teach? You just got called up. Hey, I want you to give a seminar. I want you to give a presentation. What's that presentation going to be for? What's your TED Talk on? What skills or talents come naturally to you? What just flows out of you? Some of y'all are comedians. I know that for sure. What do you excel at even when you're not trying? You're just good at it. Come on, some of y'all are just naturals. Within our skills and the things that we do, if I was to just pose some questions, man, what makes you feel good about yourself? What do other people compliment you about? What are your achievements on? What are you proud of? What parts of your current job come to you easily? And what activity do you excel in your social circle, workplace, or community? This is something that these slides are available to you. I want you to go through these slowly. I know there's a workbook that's kind of maybe within the scope of putting these slides together. But these questions are important that you slowly go with pen and paper and write down these answers. With a little more education and experience, could you be among the best at what you do? Just a little more training, a little bit more know-how, and then transitioning and figuring out what are some of the things that you can get paid for. The Ikigai is related to finances because you can't get paid for doing something that you love. You have a foundation for a happier, more fulfilling life. Yet finding a job where you can apply your talent, share your passion, and get paid for it, man, is difficult to achieve. You may be enjoying, but are you finding your fulfillment in the work? And is it funding the entrepreneurial mindset for what you want to do with the finances that you're creating? Think about the specific skills you have and how you can apply these. Here's what it is. Are people willing to part with their finances? What does the competition look like? Can you spot a niche in the demographic? Which jobs, positions spark your interest? Are you already making a good living in your line of work? All of these questions to ask yourself. I'm running out of time, but I'm gonna just bring it towards the end in regards to honing in the concentric circles of the Ikigai. How do you help others? I'm going to give it a stop share and come back to you. Knowing our purposes and knowing our why is going to be a platform of motivation. It's going to be an incentive towards intentionality. When you can hone in on your passion, what you're good at, apply it in a way that's going to fulfill other people. This isn't a job. It's not a vocation, man. And it far excels even a profession. It far excels a career. It is bringing fulfillment to your soul, and it is maturing you into the individual that you were created to be. There's this spiritual component of who we are and what we do and why we do it. And I just want to encourage you as you're exploring this platform to go into that classroom, come into those past recordings, take the time to do some of that homework and that footwork in transformation, in warrior spirit, learning the spiritual principles of meditation and prayer and application of those truths and having that foundation. And I guarantee you, my brothers and sisters, that, that Ferrari, those four wheels are going to bring forth a performance like no other. And I thank you for your time. I thank you for the ability to just kind of pour into you just a little bit. And again, this was just a hyper-focused on over an hour's worth of work. but I'm praying that you can see the value in regards to what it's offering. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Keon, Paula.
Rob, thank you so much as usual. It was awesome. I feel like going for a 5-mile run now. Keon, you want to close us out?
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Pastor Rob, Nick, everyone, Master, Paul, Malella, Landon for hosting the majority of the event. We'll be on tomorrow, same time, same place, same link, 11 to 3. We're going to go through some more in-depth business strategies with Nick and Landon, and we'll also get into some personal branding strategies as well. And we also have Grandmaster Chris, who will be joining as well. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, Nick, any other final words?
No, that's it. Good day. I hope you guys got a lot of value today, and thank you for those who stay on for the whole time. I see your names up there. Thank you very much.
Okay, cheers.
Cheers.